talking to you there.
It is, sir.
It is. Thank you very much, Madam SG, colleagues, and my other colleagues who are online. I'm very much honored to be part of this conversation, which to us in the technical working group is a continuation of what we have been doing over the past months and in developing the model law on public financial management. I would have loved to have sat and listened to the presentations yesterday, Madam SG, but unfortunately, I couldn't. So some of the things, perhaps, if I say things that were discussed yesterday, please just bear with me. Just say to yourself, repetition is fine. And that is why church pastors would go to church every Sunday, every Saturday, every week, the whole year, repeating the same message. Jesus is coming again if you are a Christian. So repetition, just take it as important as the buttressing if I happen to repeat some of the things that were discussed yesterday. But before, Madam Chair and colleagues, I go into the issues of the public financial management dry as they are, allow me to put on the table just some few key issues that I think are important to researchers and to parliamentary staff, because these are the engine room. These people represent the heartbeat of our parliament. And they are behind the doors, behind the curtains, under the radar. But at the same time, they are the people that give credence to most of what happens in our parliaments. So I just want to put on the table just a few issues for provoking their thinking and provoking debate. I used to be a member of parliament, but now I am a former Madam SG, as you would recall. So I have an appreciation of what happens in parliament. I was also in the cabinet, so I also understand and have an appreciation of what the executive does. And now I'm in the academy and I spend my time researching just like some of you are doing. So I more or less jelly very well with you, but let me put on the table the issue that a budget document is a contract between the states and its citizens. A contract is a serious matter. It's binding. It shows your aspirations, your goals, and your commitment. So a budget is so important because it deals with the issues of credibility, issues of trust. And therefore, it must be a document that is accepted by the citizens of the country. So it is so important. If I just wanted to and number two, Madam, the budget must read very well with the economic blueprint of the state. If a government comes up with an economic blueprint, an economic policy, a national development strategy, a national development plan, that plan must be organically linked to the budget. And underneath that, you will be having your public financial management, looking at both, looking at the national development plan, which should read well with the budget. Many a times, and I want to provoke you, many a times the national development plan of our countries right across Africa, and I'm generalizing here, and I'm not saying everybody, most of the national development plans are delinked, are disconnected from the budget. If you read the budget, you read the national development plan, they are glaring gaps. So it is important, and particularly for Parliament, to read, to understand the national development plan, the national development strategy of the country, and compare it with the national national budget. So the problem with most national development plans is that they do lack a development finance strategy. You read the document, and at the end of the day, you don't see where the sources of the funds are going to come from. There is a good blueprint, good objectives, good outline, good aspirations. But at the end there, you don't see where the funds are going to come from. There is a need for a comprehensive development finance assessment for the development plans. This development finance assessment connects with the budget, connects with you as the researchers and the parliamentary staff. You then understand you can use the development finance assessment of the national development plan when you are looking at the budget. So, but secondly, many of our development plans are aspirations, but without sources, without an assessment of finance. But obviously, there are other countries here who will tell me they've done it. But I'm generalizing, and I'm not saying every country in the SADC or in Africa is this lacunae and this deficit or this gap. But I'm only putting it on the table for us to think and ensure that when we are engaging next time when there is a debate in Parliament, when Parliament is debating the national development strategy, parliamentarians, you should equip the parliamentarians to engage that national development strategy along the lines of assessment, financial assessment, financial strategy, financial needs. Number 3, Madam Chair, I want to put on the table and submit to you that when we look at public financial management, our starting point should be at the revenue collection, the government revenue. Where is the money coming from? Where is this money? The public financial management is concerned about revenue mobilization, revenue generation, allocation, and management. So I want to look at the generation part, at the mobilization part. Most of our budgets you have a problem, Madam SG, in that at times there is overestimation, at times there is underestimation, under projection of over projection of budget estimates, because there is less attention given to government revenue generation. We spend a lot of our time looking at the traditional methods. It's all about the traditional methods, looking at taxation as the only way of raising revenues for the state, for government. It is important that you as researchers, you as parliament staff, begin to engage at the level of revenue generation and question the executive and questioning the methods. Surely there are various methods now. There are many innovative financing mechanisms that can be used beyond what we have, because using the traditional methods will always have supplementary budgets, because the money that we collect will always be less than the needs. So there is a need to begin to think as a part of our public financial management, as part of the budgeting system, to look closely and look analytically and pay attention to how the state, how the government is raising revenue. I think there is a need and there is scope for innovative financing mechanisms that we need to pay attention to. I mean, gaming industry, for example, a number of countries now look at the gaming industry and they're raising a lot of money out of there. Instead of looking at taxation all the time and raising to look at the revenue structure, look at the newer methods, including gaming, including intermediated transitional taxes. Look at those. Look at the triple Ps. Look at the future financing of the futures. All those kind of things. Sovereign wealth funds. We need to look at the envelope and say, where can we enhance the budget envelope, looking at the sources rather than just taxes or taxation, which is a problem. And I'm sure I must add here, Madam SG, that really the issue of illicit financial flows, which has become a pandemic, is a scourge. And as part of Parliament, part of our public financial management, we need to curb that. We need to combat that. We need to stymie that so that we can raise more money for our budget, for our national budgets. See, the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, in 2012, with his panel, his report told us that Africa is losing almost $50 billion a year. $50 billion a year to illicit financial outflows. Some of the funds which are going into the tax havens, tax shelters, and other offshore financial centers where there are secret jurisdictions. That's a problem. And as part of the public financial management, as you will read our public financial management model law, which is still being developed, you will realize that there is an attempt, very strong attempt, to ensure that there is prudential use of resources, and there is also prudential allocation of resources, and more so in curbing the leakages, in curbing illicit flows and capital outflows. It is important. If this money, $50 billion, and I would like to think, Madam Chair, that this figure is an underestimation, because we will never know the real amount of resources that are lost through illicit activities, because they happen under the carpet, out of the radar of the accountability institutions, of the law enforcement agency. So, and the people are sophisticated, but there is a need for Parliament as an institution, national Parliament and our regional Parliament, to pay attention, particular attention, strong attention to curbing this problem. In my view, illicit financial flows represent the struggle, which is similar to the liberation struggle. The veracity of the work that should be put in fighting and combating illicit financial flows should be similar to the way we fought, the apartheid, the way we fought colonialism. That's the way we should fight illicit financial flows. This will enable our budgets to be responsive, to respond to the infrastructures that we need, to respond to our health, to our education. You guys are the Srhr researchers. You are looking for funds. It's these funds, because at the end of this project, you want the national parliaments and our governments to have resources, and one of the way is to ensure that we curb capital outflows which are illicit. Even those that are licit, some of them are licit but very aggressive, very unfair. For example, some of the extractive industries who are getting these tax breaks, tax holidays for 5 years and things like that. There is need to look at that. So as researchers, link that I'm provoking you, this may not be the domain of Parliament, directly Parliament. It's a domain of the executive, but there is no domain of the executive without Parliament. Parliament has to provide the oversight, checks and balances. So you need to look at that. Madam Chair, SG, allow me to submit to you this issue of what I call government work program. Government work program. What we have when we receive budgets by our ministers of finance and whoever present budgets in our parliament, they present disaggregated figures, all figures without isolating them, without, I'm not sure whether I confused myself, but all I'm saying is that there is a need for each parliament to demand, or at least to think or rethink. Maybe the word demand is not for you as researchers and as parliamentary staff, is maybe it's for parliaments themselves, parliamentarians themselves, but there is a need to rethink about each ministry by coming up with its own targets, disaggregating the figures that are given to each ministry, and having targets and say, we are given $50 million, for argument's sake, for health. Give us the details line by line for each dollar, how it is going to be used in the year under consideration. And that should be part of the government work plan. It enables us who are in public financial management to trace, to follow, and to hold you to account as a minister or as an executive. So each ministry, in a way, there is a need for it to have its own targets, and all targets put together in what is called the government work program. There are other countries here, I'm sure, that have government work programs. After a budget, there must be a government work program, perhaps as an annexure to the budget, because that enables us, without the details, inch details, crossing the T's and dotting the I's of each dollar, of each cent, a public cent allocated to a ministry, we will be having over generalizations when we are monitoring. We need to say, you say you are given $50 million, you are going to build that hospital, that clinic. Where is it? Where is the money if the clinic is not there? That can only come when there is a government work program, or at least where there is a disaggregation of the figures. So it is important, Madam Chair, for us in public financial management and for parliamentarians, parliamentarian staff, and for this project that the SA, to have that kind of thinking. If you discussed it yesterday, like I said, please just forgive me. Reiteration is not a problem. It's simply buttressing some of the things that you've done. It shows they are important. So I want to put on the table to you that there is a need to debate it, if you have not debated. Debate the issue of a government work program which assists the parliamentarians. It will assist media. It will assist civic society. It will assist the communities and anybody who is interested. But if we are given big figures, $50 billion, and we have no idea, no sense of how it is going to be used, then that's a problem. I like the Rwandan style. The Rwandese president has got his what he calls the management contract with his ministers. And each year, you would like to see each minister's work program, his target or your targets, the objectives, their goals. And then at the end of a particular period, and when he is asking that person, or his minister or her minister, he will be asking specific questions rather than rhetoric, rather than slogans, rather than just ideologization, but practical issues, being responsive to the communities. So I submit to you the idea of a public, of a government work program. We do not say it that way in the model. We do not say it is a government work program because that will be specifying by the idea deals are captured. I'm sure Mike will explain some of these issues, and I will leave that to him. We don't say that, but the details, we don't say those details, but the ideals and ideas of making sure that we follow each cent are captured in the model law, and I'm sure you are also contributing to it through this discussion. Madam SG, allow me to talk a little about debt management. We cover that in our model law, and I'm sure you are concerned about these issues. One of the biggest problems in Africa is the debt unsustainability. Most of our countries are in debt unsustainability because of a number of reasons, but some of the reasons include the failure to manage the budget properly. So debt management is a key issue. As researchers, there is a need for you to help our parliaments, help our executive to come up with clear methods of managing our debt. It's so sad that most of our countries, even in the region, are kept in this envelope, in this vicious cycle of debt, paying debt all the time, to the extent that debt servicing is eating or eroding some of the resources that are supposed to be going into our health, going into our education, going into the water and sanitation, going into the infrastructure. We are busy all the time as countries, as African countries, paying debts either to the international financial institutions, whether it is bilateral, whether it is the Paris Club, or in the new emerging markets countries. We are paying at the expense of health, at the expense of education. So there is a need to manage debts, and we do cover that. And the debate is still going on whether the figures should be 60% or of the GDP. But those are debates, and I'm sure Greenberg, my colleague, will engage you on that. But for me, what I'm only putting on the table, I'm sure you have discussed it or you will discuss it, but I'm suggesting that we need to continually remind our parliaments to ensure that they look at the debt, the level of debt, so that it does not become unsustainable. We don't want to get distress because once we reach that, we will have serious problems in the human rights sector, particularly your economic and social and cultural human rights are really affected by debts. And what is said is that you will be paying richer countries, paying money to IMF. When you are taking that money, you are taxing the poor, Gordon's father to IMF, to World Bank, to United States, to China, to that kind of a thing. So we need to manage our own house so that we don't get into that. I'm sure I have over engaged that subject, but I thought it was important. Madam Chair, I'm about to close now, Madam Chair. I think it is important to look at long-term financing plans. This is, COVID has shown us that we will have more of pandemics, more of emergencies, more of disasters. So there is a need for our public financial systems to anticipate these kind of things. Our budgets to anticipate that we are going to have more of this as we go towards, as climate change is becoming, disastrous, if I may use that word, a global warming becoming disastrous, as we are engaging on all these issues, all these problems of biodiversity and others. There is a need to have long-term financial systems, financial planning. Budgets are a problem in that they are annual, but the issues that we are dealing with are long-term issues. So there is a need to research, to study and see how budgets can be part of a medium-term to long-term. I know that it's easier for them to be part of the medium-term, but we now need to see how budgets can be part of the long-term, and we need long-term planning. So that is so important, Madam Chair. And finally, I'm sure I have I've overstayed my welcome there. But finally, there's an issue of the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, we should include this in our budget systems as we think, as we look at the figures, as we look at all the institutions, systems, laws that govern the public financial management, that govern budgetary systems. Let's factor in the fourth industrial revolution. This thing is there, this thing is moving forward. Already the blockchain technologies are already a part of many of other African countries. I think in Nigeria, they've already adopted cryptocurrencies to be part of their systems. I think the Reserve Bank there was thinking about it, but you can correct me, and you guys know countries, I don't know what you are doing about cryptocurrencies, but that's our revolution aspects are affecting the public financial management. There is a need to do that, to think about it. In the model law, there is a section that is devoted to cryptocurrencies because we anticipate that in the future there's going to be a widespread use of cryptocurrencies, bitcoins and others. But there's a need for you to be ahead. As researchers, you need to be ahead and equip your parliamentarians, give information to your parliamentarians, to your colleagues, so that they get prepared. It is easier for Reserve Bank and for the ministries to quickly go into these. They will come to Parliament, present the language of blockchain technologies, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and all these things, and our parliamentarians will be just looking at them and no serious debate going on. So I put this on the table, Madam Chair, and say it should be part of the thinking, part of the research, part of the conversations that should be going on here and in the regional parliament and in our national parliament. Can I put a pause here and say allow you, Madam Chair, to direct me as we go forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moyo. A round of applause, colleagues, for Dr. Moyo for his insightful comment. I think you'll agree with me that he's brought back some of the issues that we discussed yesterday and basically underscored areas that the model law is dealing with. So what I'm going to request, I don't know how many of you have seen the PFM model law. Ronald, kindly share with the researchers the PFM model law in all the 3 languages so that you can look at some of the issues that Dr. Moyo is looking at. And if you are in doubt, when you look at the project, when you want to choose areas related to what you can begin to speak of at the national level, you can reference the model law as a benchmark. So it is a tool for you to use, a tool that will allow you to begin to look at what are the critical areas that we should be looking at to assist our members of parliament in leadership, in accountability, in being able to spearhead. You talked about a lot of issues yesterday. There's a component because the model law is based on ensuring that members of parliament's oversight is actually enhanced. At this point, Honorable Moyo, I will not go into any further discussion, save to invite colleagues to make input or commentary, questions as part of the learning exercise that is ongoing. And thank you for your presentation. I see Mozambique. Let me take Mozambique, Eswatini. Those are only two hands for now. Raj? Okay, Zimbabwe. Okay, in that order, Honorable Dr. Moyo, if you allow me, I'll invite the three colleagues to make interventions and you can respond after the three questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mozambique.
Okay, thank you, Madam SG. I can speak in Portuguese?
Yes, please.
Okay. Muito bom dia, senhora secretária-geral. Primeiro, gostaria de parabenizar o Dr. Moyo pela essa maravilhosa abordagem em que ele nos proporcionou. O que eu pude reter é que o orçamento do Estado deve ser feita na base em evidência, using evidence-based approach. So, através da evidência, se o orçamento for feito através da evidência, é fácil escrutinar. E este processo em si só facilitaria aos membros do Parlamento. It's okay? Translate? It's okay?
Apologies, yeah. Some of these are flat, I think. Kindly assist. Apologies for that. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. The tools that we are using for receiving your interpretation are the ones that are faulty. We're allowing colleagues to change them. Yes. Is it okay now? Kindly proceed, sir.
It's okay. Sim, dizia que o orçamento tem que ser feito com base em evidência, pois se for feito com base em evidência é fácil escrutinizar e facilitaria também o processo dos próprios deputados no momento da fiscalização. E outro aspecto importante que eu pude reter é que o orçamento do Estado é um contrato. Por exemplo, no caso de Moçambique, o orçamento do Estado é lei do orçamento do Estado. Então, para tal, deve ser cumprido na íntegra. Então, caso haja alguma mudança, tem que ter um orçamento retificativo que também é aprovado em lei. Então, é um contrato. E outra coisa que eu pude reter, para além disso, é que, por exemplo, tem que ter um cenário fiscal de médio e longo prazo. E os objetivos que devem ser alcançados no próprio orçamento do Estado devem ser bem tangíveis e alcançáveis. Então, é importante que tenha dentro do orçamento saber como serão adquiridas receitas para fazer face ao próprio orçamento. Então, é aqui que, em algum momento, nasce alguma dúvida para nós. Por exemplo, existem casos, por exemplo, nós temos em Moçambique alguns estabelecimentos hoteleiros em que as próprias reservas são feitas, por exemplo, se o dono do hotel está nos Estados Unidos, a reserva do hotel é feita nos Estados Unidos, é feito fora do sistema financeiro moçambicano. Como obter receitas neste caso? E temos também o grande desafio atualmente das criptomoedas, que o Dr. Moyo disse, como fazer com que as receitas desse todo movimento estejam dentro do sistema financeiro do país. Esse é um grande desafio. Então, queríamos, pelo menos, ter essas dicas. Como fazer? Por exemplo, as reservas de algumas instâncias turísticas estão baseadas fora. Os proprietários, as reservas são feitas fora do sistema financeiro do país. Então, não é fácil ter controle dessas receitas. E o desafio das criptomoedas. Como é que podemos fazer para ajudar os nossos parlamentares a ter o melhor controle para que esses orçamentos também possam ser inscritos no próprio orçamento como receitas para ajudar no desenvolvimento do país. Obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And I'm happy to say those issues are addressed in the PFM model law. Dr. Moyo may wish to just cross-reference quickly and refer you to look at what the SADC PF is recommending at this point. You'll also meet the legal drafter Elia, who's going to come in at 11. We can also level some of these questions to him. Eswatini, before Dr. Moyo responds, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam SG, colleagues. Professor Dr. Moya, thank you for this informative presentation. We needed it. I just picked that with our, my concerns are on three issues: budget allocation, debt management, as well as the fourth industrial revolution issues. On budget allocation, Dr. Moyo, I truly want to appreciate what you have just echoed in terms of budget allocation and the attachment of proper government work program to limit or to eradicate issues of overgeneralization in terms of tracking with respect to respective targets. For instance, we're talking a budget on education. If there's proper annex chart to unpack what exactly will be covered by the budget line targets with respect to education, it's a way to go. It's a good modality. And I appreciated that it's one way to manage and assist parliamentarians to practice oversight, and also to show people at grassroots level, even the CSOs, on how to continue managing cited programs with regard to budget allocation. Still on that one, Dr. Moyo, with your experience, I would like to know from you as to which countries, especially in the region, do you think are excelling, especially when it comes to budget allocation with attached work program? What can you say about their outputs? And then on debt management, Dr. Moyo, we have cases in parliaments where we are in cycle of debt as a region or as a continent. How do you handle issues where now and again you are experiencing a certificate of agency where you have to practice oversight as parliamentarians and you have to endorse a loan bill? How can, as a technocrat, or how can we as the continent leverage such issues to curb the problems of debt management? And how is this particular issue, for instance, addressed in our public finance management to try and assist our parliamentarians who are on the ailing side, not necessarily ailing side, who are on the tail end compared to the executive who are on the upper hand if it comes to such issues? And the last one on fourth industrial revolution, Dr. Moyo, I truly appreciate the issue of technology, which is upcoming, the issue of cryptocurrency. SG and the House, we truly appreciate this one. I wish we could have, at this particular point, an initiative to capacitate our parliamentarians on all these issues of cryptocurrency, blockchain, as well as artificial intelligence, as much as it is on the higher end. And we know that we are tech phobic these days, but I would appreciate to make a plea that we have a sound capacity development initiative on this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jabulile, for those questions. Dr. Moyo, there were several, but I think it comes back to the issues that you were raising, but probably just to allay the fears of our technical staff. What do we do about, those elements: poor planning, inefficiency, inadequate oversight, insufficient transparency, one may say waste and corruption at this point? I think it comes back to, we see this, we see that. What is it? What do you call it? And how does it look? Is it a mirage or not? So now I'll invite Zimbabwe. I think it was, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, SG, for the opportunity. And thank you, Dr. Moyo, for the presentation, which was quite clear and very informative. Mine is just a comment. When you were speaking about the need for the budgets, national budgets, to speak to national development strategies and maybe the visions of the country, I couldn't support that any better, because when I realized that our budget is also doing that now, I was very pleased, because it becomes easy, when you are writing papers for MPs, background papers, research papers, you're always requested to link whatever you're doing from the vision, national vision, to the national strategy, and to what's happening, because you always want to put a context also of what's happening in the country, especially if it's for foreign trips and stuff like that. So it's not very easy to extract like health or Srhr stuff, linking it from the national vision through the strategies into the budget and to the laws and policies of the country through Parliament, so that you write something that is solid. So when it's done that way, it becomes easy just to say the whole budget, the total budget. You can also see the total budget being ascribed to the priority areas of the National Development Strategy. For us, we have National Development Strategy 1. So they just take the National Development Strategy 1, they put the priority areas, all of them, they do allocations also come into the total budget allocation. Then they change, they do it according to themes, just normal thematic, like public services, health, and then education, not ministries, but as a social development theme. And then they go down to then break it down ministry by ministry. And then within the ministry, they also then do the program-based budgeting, where each and every program, so where the ministry doesn't just get money and then they decide what to do with the money, but they bid first according to the program, item by item, line by line, even going down to things like a procurement of sanitary ware as a single thing, where that there is no more subdivision of the money is going for that business. So I think it's good to continue to encourage each other in the region. We're checking with colleagues as we're doing some exercise to extract Srhr allocations and realize that no, our budgets are not really the same the way they are broken down. So I think it's good to use this forum to also then encourage each other in the budget offices. I'm glad they are meeting a lot now. I can see they are having workshops across countries. Probably you can also influence parliaments and also even the Srhr Parliamentary Forum to influence fellow parliaments, so that the way becomes easier, especially for us, the support staff, to, when you just look and you see that every ministry, when you want to pick an Srhr issue or a gender issue, it's easy, rather than trying to go through a voluminous book like the one I have here, trying to look for allocations that might be of Srhr interest in every ministry. It becomes very hard. I know Srhr is not the only thing. The people in agriculture, the people they also want to see their allocations coming out clearly, and I hope it doesn't then make the whole thing too voluminous. But it's good to also ask for what we want. If the others are quiet, then we can ask, and then we'll be happy to see if budgets are writing Srhr allocations somewhere. We don't care. So it's good to have those the structures of budgets going down to those levels, and it becomes easy for us to support the parliamentarians with information. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuma. South Africa. Okay, South Africa and Angola. Dr. Moyo and DRC. Okay, I'm going to give Dr. Moyo an opportunity to respond, and then after that, I'll take South Africa, I'll take Angola, and then I'll take DRC. Just to also, okay, thank you. And then I'll take Zambia. Just to say that I like these questions because if you are reminding yourselves, I can see the struggle of what is it that you really need to zero in. And if you allow me, Dr. Moyo, because you're talking about SRHR, I want colleagues to open up as well. You're looking at infrastructure in clinics and hospitals. That could be an indicator for you. Don't go for wanting to introduce terminology that may stagnate you. Remember yesterday what Ms. Musonda was saying, let's work within what we can and see what we can do at best. So if you are looking at infrastructure, for instance, you can go at the clinic level and say, do they have stethoscopes? Do they have electricity? Do they have water? You know, medical equipments that are there. If somebody comes wanting to give birth, what is available for them to be used at facility levels? You can look at medical personnel. That's another issue. You can look at funding or the health expenditure reaching the primary clinics in your locality. So I'm just giving an example to say, let us also not struggle too much. Let's also look at what are the service delivery indicators that can cast light on SRHR efficiency or delivery at country level. That's just to, I'm not answering the question. I'm driving them back to looking at other indicators that can assist us to look at the component of SRHR. Dr. Moyo, the floor is yours. You still have 4 other questions after these ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam SG. Most of the contributions were really comments rather than questions. So I don't need to respond to comments because comments are meant to enrich us, and they were enriching the the issue of evidence, totemistic analysis, and also analysis of the kind of infrastructures that are needed, as USG has already said. When you have a disaggregated budget, really you'll go down to the community level and say, in village so-and-so, in village in Sogwala, in Midlands, in Zimbabwe, there's a clinic which we are going to rehabilitate, or we are going to rebuild, or we are going to build. So that's the beauty of the government work program. So I agree with both of you, Mozambique and Eswatini, when you are talking about evidence and the issues of clear budget outlines. And I agree with you, Zimbabwe, on the issues of reading and aligning the national development strategy and the budget. It's very easy for most people to align in their language, maybe not in the budgets, in their line, in their language. They talk about aligning with the sustainable development goal number so and so, sustainable development goal number 3 or number 1. It's easy to do that, and it's not. We are not doing the same when it comes to the national budget. I think that's important. The question perhaps is on debt management. What can be done? The question from the lady from Eswatini. I think it is covered. Please do raise this question again to my colleague who is coming, because he's the drafter and he will tell you this the section in our model law that is being developed. There's a need to any loan contraction, surely, depending on the size and depending on the country and the constitution of the country, should be brought to Parliament before contracting a debt. Bring it to Parliament, and Parliament to debate, raise issues, raise dust on the intended loan, and to check whether the loan is going to be used for productive purposes or it is going to be consumptive. So that enables parliamentarians to manage and to reduce this propensity towards getting more and more loans which are consumptive. So it is important for the loans, for loan contraction to go through Parliament before government, before the executive could just get money. The problem, though, is that when the loans are brought to Parliament, they are brought in as there's an excitement. We have a potential to get $100 billion or rands, and get this is an excitement to members of Parliament, and without necessarily looking at the nuances of the budget, of the debt. So it is important to look at that and debate that and approve that. But please do raise that question to my colleague. You will make reference to the specific sections of the provisions of the draft model law. The issue of cryptocurrencies, again, I think you will draw your attention to the specific. It's covered. If there is one section that we thought through and is profusely covered, and you'll be happy that we tried our best, but there's room to further enhance it. This is a developing area. Cryptocurrencies are still developing. In Africa, I don't think there are more than 4 or 5 countries that have adopted cryptocurrencies through their central banks, because cryptocurrencies can work in a country without necessarily being part of the government, because they are administered through blockchain, and blockchain technologies are private sector technologies that people are using, and a group of organizations, institutions have trust amongst themselves, and then they use blockchain technologies. So for the technologies to be used in a country, then you need the central bank and government to then adopt. Then you have a new system to use them. But you are right, dead right, both of you, that there is a need to get a technocrat, not Gordon, not Dr. Moyo, but somebody who is handle the issues of cryptocurrency. And the crypto data placed to raise it. I think, Madam Chair, we can go to the next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore. Let me allow South Africa, followed by Angola, DRC, Zambia, and then Lesotho will be the last on the session. So you break for tea and come back for Dr. Greenberg. And our program
Unless
can be
a
managed.
colleague would want to make a
They are taking, are you there, Dr. Moya? Is Dr. Moya there or he dropped off? Oh, the bandwidth is quite low. Okay, let's take the questions. I think you can hear us. Okay, thank you. South Africa, please.
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you, SG. Thank you, Dr. Moyo, for your presentation. I think I support your view of financing strategy, and also I'm very happy to see that public debt management is taken into account with the new model law. I haven't read the law, but I will give feedback. Dr. Moyo, I'm Henry McGregor from I'm the head of the Treasury Advice Office at Parliament. My role is more to look at how Parliament finances and advise the executive authority on matters related to Treasury. But in a previous life, I used to work with public debt management, and also I used to be an auditor. And one of the things I've noticed yesterday was when we presented our process was that the differences is that we present our fiscal framework, our fiscal strategy to MPs and the Appropriations Act. So, and what I've missed in the other presentation is that element of fiscal framework, which this element of financing strategy would entail. And the reality is we can only debate in Parliament what we bring to the attention of members. If we bring the appropriation, the budget, they will debate that. Now, the problem that I found in across Africa with, well, it's not an African problem, it is a universal problem, is the way public debt management is set up. You find the front, middle, back office scattered across various institutions. But one of the main weaknesses is, from a parliamentarian perspective, is the back office where the reporting happens. Now, I don't know how many countries publish debt management reports, because that is the basis for any financing strategy. So if we don't have publication of our fiscal situation, we cannot debate a financing strategy. So, and the problem that we found through audits, I hope I'm not sharing too much. My colleagues from Zimbabwe will stop me if I'm talking too much, because I have worked with Zimbabwe. The problem is the front office, where everybody thinks they have the entitlement to sign loan agreements, because it's scattered. The Minister of Agriculture or some agricultural loans. Then there's other loans happening in other ministries. So the problem is that the negotiation part of it is not centralized. And as a result, sometimes Parliament won't even know about the loans. So I think establishing it appropriately, the Public Debt Management Office, and having that reporting cycle into the budget to debate the fiscal strategy. Because otherwise we will always be in the situation where we don't know actually how much debt we have, and we rely as a continent on write-offs, but at what cost? And I think I will definitely give input to the model law. And yeah, thanks for your presentation, Dr. Moore. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Zambia and Zimbabwe, colleagues, you can also take that rider. You want to comment at this point to add value? Okay, let Zambia comment before Angola. Okay, because I think they're talking on the same. Do you want to do that now? It's okay, okay. Could I allow colleagues from budget offices, Zimbabwe and Zambia, to just make comments? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And I think that I appreciate the presentation by the doctor. Much of what he has talked about, I think that we were supposed to talk about yesterday. And you know that our presentation are cut short. Some of these things didn't come out. But I think in terms of the budget, it's appreciated that aspects of participation are critical, aspects of oversight and accountability. And I think most of our parliaments are doing these things. Dr. Moyo brought in the aspect of integrating our budgets with the plans. This has been happening in most of our jurisdictions, but the problem has been no law that compels the executive to do this, to integrate the budget with the plans. You'll find that in Zambia, we'll be talking about the vision, we'll be talking about the plan, but the budget is going in the opposite direction. And they're not accountable anymore. But now, because we have the law, you find that you're able to question them. You are violating the law because the laws are very clear. You're supposed to link the budget with the plan. And we are not seeing that. And this is very critical, I think, as we go forward, that we need to come up with those. That's why for us, the national planning and budgeting law has become very critical. It provides for the consultative process when the government should come and consult Parliament, the civil society, and other important institutions. And that's very critical as a starting point. I also want to talk about the issue of debt sustainability. I think that one of the challenges what we have, again, around this issue is the issue that Dr. Moyo brought out, the issue of oversight. We don't have laws that compel the executive to come and bring this debt to Parliament to provide oversight. But apart from that, there are also issues of management, the capacity that we have in the executive to manage debt. So you find that we've given it a very weak, concentration. In other jurisdictions, this is a very important office. Debt management office is very important. You require people who are trained, but we treat it as one of those things. So you find that there's abuse. We just treat it as one of those, and at the end of the day, we have challenges that we have, like in Zambia. Debt has accumulated to unsustainable levels. Our friends have fiscal rules that will guide how much we should be able to treat or to get as a fiscal deficit, for instance, so that you don't go off the window. Each time you are collecting and spending, you spend more than 5%, people should be able to question. Some people are even taken to court. Why did you spend when the rules are very clear? We don't have such rules. And I think that in terms of PFM, we should be a little bit more serious as countries, and especially our countries in the SADC region. Madam, also just for a quick one, I want to talk about issues of ICT. At the peak of COVID, it was interesting that our revenue authority was able to collect more resources than they've been in the past. But that's strange, because one would have expected that industries were not performing well during the time of COVID. But you know what had happened? The revenue authority had come up with strategies. They didn't want to interface with the people. So most of the payments were done through e-platforms, and so almost every one of us were able to do everything online. So that explains to you how much leakage of resources go out there. When we go to Srhr, just sign, no, I'll give you just a tukwacha I get. There's a lot of wastage, pilfering of resources because we are not utilizing these platforms. I think that as we go forward, when we're talking about revenue mobilization, revenue authorities, even non-tax collecting institutions, it will be important that we focus overly on issues of ICT. Let's make payments through these platforms. We should even be refusing. Somebody goes, oh, go, have you paid? Bring your receipt, that kind of thing. Immigrations, this thing should be paid online. We shouldn't be using people coming to come and pay physically. I think this is very critical. I think that these are the issues I wanted to bring forward, except to conclude, Honorable Chairperson, by talking about the issue of cryptocurrency. I know that it's good to be forward-looking, but I also know that consensus hasn't been built yet. I know that certain countries that are not even using, I think China has banned the use of cryptocurrencies. The idea is that it's over, circumventing the regulation part. So it would be good to apply our mind a little bit more around that. And but I also believe that it's important to be forward-looking. That's the way I just want to look at it. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. Those are good comments. And I think the management of cryptocurrency is an issue, as you put it, whether it's on our shores or somewhere. And I think the model law attempts to look at that to say, how do we manage the whole issue of cryptocurrency? Mr. Chivore, kindly add value, and then I'll give to the other colleagues, because these are the members of the technical working group. And yeah.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Dr. Moyo, for that wonderful presentation. And I agree with you. The budget is a contract. And since it is a contract, there is really need for members of parliament to hold the executive to account for the promises that are made in the budget. And they can only do that when the supporting structure of parliament then raises these issues to members of parliament. And I agree with you, the budget must read well with the National Development Plan. I will give an example of Botswana, where their successive budget constantly talk of the National Development Plan 11 that they are currently implementing, and they're in the final year of implementing that NDP 11. They had their midterm evaluation of the NDP 11, where they identified certain projects that have not been implemented. And this year they diverted most of the resources to make sure that they realize the aspirations of NDP 11. And such a budget, gives people confidence in the stewardship of resources by government. So as part of our everyday task, we also need to check whether the budget is really addressing issues to do with our national development plans. And if we also come up with alternative sources of revenue where government can raise funds, like you rightfully put it, there are issues like sports betting where we can generate revenue. There are other issues like health lifestyles, encouraging health lifestyles, and taxing issues like sugary foods. Such resources can then be devoted to supporting SRHR issues. When government raises more resources than what was anticipated, your SRHR will also be benefiting from that avalanche of resources. And part of it is also to make sure that we advocate for unexpected revenues like SDRs to also be devoted to support SRHR issues. And equally important is also the need to look at IFF's international financial flows, to look at harmful tax incentives, because whatever saving that you make or whatever revenue that you also, additional revenue that you generate from such analysis, or from providing such analysis, where then members of parliament will be able to then direct government to raise additional revenue from maybe savings made through harmful tax incentives. Your area of specialization or your area of focus will also benefit. In this workshop, we are focusing on SRHR. When we raise enough, SRHR will be well funded. So I think those are well thought ideas, Doc. I would need to congratulate you. And equally important also is the need for countries to look forward and work towards regulation for cryptocurrencies where possible, because it's the way to go. That's where we are going. So we need to be ready. We need to be prepared for these issues. Thank you very much, Doc, for that presentation.
Thank you. I think those are commentaries. Allow me, Doc, before I take the others. Colleagues, the COVID test team is outside. Could I request that one by one, you go, you come back, you call the next person to do your COVID test? I don't know where they're sitting.
Thank you.
We're expecting colleagues from Action Aid. I've not seen them online.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'm here representing Action Aid.
It's fine, colleagues. What we'll do, we're going to request, colleagues, maybe move that side. We'll request the COVID test lady to come to this corner. You walk to her test, then you go out. Because apparently we have no room in the hotel. Yeah, maybe let's move, because I don't know if there's contamination from that end. Okay, thank you. Okay, DRC, Angola, and then Lesotho. Zambia has spoken. Yeah, DRC. Okay, it's Angola.
Ok.
And then, yeah.
Bem, muito bom dia, Madame Srhr. Muito bom dia, caros colegas. Eternamente grato, Dr. Moio, pela brilhante apresentação, que nos gerou aqui muitas perguntas inspiradoras, não é? E vale sublinhar que eu estive muito atento na primeira abordagem que fez o Dr. Moio da relação do orçamento, sobretudo da necessidade da população ter um acesso às questões orçamentais, ou seja, ao Orçamento Geral do Estado. E vale sublinhar aqui que muitas vezes nós perdemos, os nossos parlamentares seguem ou têm estado ali a ter conhecimento sobre aquilo que é a lei modelo, têm tentado fazer aquilo que é o processo fiscalizador, mas eu vejo que nós perdemos porque muitas vezes o cidadão comum não tem acesso ao orçamento geral do Estado. O cidadão comum deve ter acesso ao orçamento geral do Estado, de modo, e além de ter o acesso ao orçamento geral do Estado, deve ter um conhecimento efetivo da sua execução e o modo como ele tem estado a ser implementado, de modo a que ele possa ser um fiscalizador também, já na sua província, no seu município ou na sua comuna. E isto irá fortalecer as discussões ali, tanto a nível parlamentar e todos os outros níveis. Mas, no entanto, outra questão também que concordo e é uma questão que tem dado muito certo para Angola, é a questão do alinhamento do orçamento com o Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional. Em Angola, praticamente toda a dotação orçamentária ela é feita de acordo à Estratégia Nacional de Desenvolvimento a longo prazo, que é alinhada ao Plano de Desenvolvimento Nacional. Isto tem realmente dado certo e nos tem gerado bons resultados. Agora, também acho, e não vou ser reiterativo nisso, porque os meus colegas falaram e muito bem, é preciso começarmos a implementar também, e é cá, Madame SG, vermos uma forma de começar nos nossos parlamentares a implementar essas questões das criptomoedas, das carteiras digitais, porque é real que ainda não há um consenso geral, mas pelo menos que começamos a ter as noções básicas e estar alinhados para que depois não possamos ficar atrás. Muito obrigado, é tudo.
Thank you so much. I think you're also buttressing that the model law is relevant at this point. DRC, I'm also advised that our colleagues from Action Aid are online, so we should round off, and I hope you all have your passports, because for you to do your COVID test, they need your passport. So we can now go to platform 3, which is another room, one by one, and do the COVID test. Thank you. DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, de m'avoir accordé la parole. Ce n'est pas facile de prendre la parole après de brillantes interventions de mes collègues. Je remercie le docteur Moyo pour l'exposé sur la budgétisation et je voudrais présenter 2 points ici. Le premier point concerne le budget national. Comme je le rappelais hier, chez nous, au niveau de la République du Congo, les budgets sont d'abord élaborés par les entités décentralisées, signifie à partir des territoires. Et comme on a 26 provinces, le budget arrive d'abord au niveau de provinces et après les provinces, on envoie au niveau national et on prend les différents ministères qui élaborent également leur budget et pour les condenser dans le budget national. Alors, c'est là que la question de la budgétisation sur la SDR intervient. Puisque la SDR, c'est une question transversale. Il y a 4 ministères qui interviennent. Il y a la santé, genre et famille et enfants, il y a la justice et l'éducation qui interviennent. Mais le ministère mère qui se charge de la question de la SDR, c'est le ministère de la Santé. Et c'est là que nous, en tant que chercheurs, nous devons nous focaliser au niveau du ministère de la Santé pour qu'effectivement, dans le budget du ministère de la Santé, nous puissions faire ressortir les éléments qui concernent la santé et la reproduction sexuelle. Et cela, c'est ce qui est le plus important dans ce point-là. Pour le deuxième point, j'ai bien suivi l'exposé du professeur Dr Moyo sur la dette. Il dit que nous devons faire en sorte que les moyens financiers, les états financiers de nos pays, nous puissions par exemple chercher à diminuer les dettes des pays africains. Mais ce n'est pas facile. Le revenu national de la plupart des pays africains, ce sont des revenus qui sont insuffisants. On ne peut pas se passer des dettes publiques. C'est difficile. D'ailleurs, le professeur, je ne l'apprends pas, il sait que le pays le plus riche, le plus développé, la France et les États-Unis, ce sont les pays les plus endettés. La question des pays africains, c'est comment gérer les dettes que nous recevons. Chez nous, le problème en Afrique, c'est la gestion de l'argent qu'on reçoit. Est-ce que c'est bien orienté? Est-ce que c'est bien géré? J'ai bien suivi l'intervention de l'Afrique, c'est très important. On ne peut pas aujourd'hui, à l'état actuel, développer l'Afrique et utiliser, même combattre la plupart des éléments, peut-être même travailler dans les SDR, sans qu'il y ait des dettes extérieures, des apports extérieurs. Notre problème, c'est la gestion de ce qu'on reçoit et comment on va le faire. Même la question de cryptomanie que vous êtes en train de dire, c'est bien beau, nous pouvons bien l'amener. Notre problème chez nous, c'est la gestion. Nous avons eu au niveau de la RDC, un certain moment, le Premier ministre Matata Pony, il a refusé de recevoir les dettes qui viennent de l'extérieur, que nous allons tout simplement financer tous nos projets avec les moyens internes. Mais le pays n'a pas avancé d'un pouce. Donc, nous devons nécessairement voir comment nous pouvons recevoir les dettes extérieures, mais ces dettes, bien les gérer, bien les orienter, et pour que nous puissions avancer. Je pense que c'est ça mes deux interventions. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Alidon. Je suis il est très bien. Can I have Lesotho?
Thank you, Madam SG, and thank you so much, Professor, for such a great presentation. Professor, you talked about the issue of sustainability being negatively impacted by failure to manage the budget properly by the state. And you also mentioned the issue of us as researchers playing a critical role in terms of helping the state on issues of managing the budget. So can Dr. Moyo kindly speak to how, as researchers, can go about the process of helping the state to that effect? Because really we are having a lot of challenges within our countries in terms of implementation of development national plans, because you find that most of the time the government will be saying they don't have money, and we heavily depend on external support, especially from NGOs and other development partners in implementing, especially in this case, the SRHR activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those questions. Yes, it looks like we're all going for COVID tests now. We have a presentation that has to be done by Mr. Johannes Chimia, who's also a member of the technical working group. May I request that, because he's already online, if you could take the floor, and then we can take all your submissions together. Because he's been listening, I'm confident that he may also address some of your issues in the process, if you allow, just so that we manage our time effectively. We have this COVID test, but as you do your COVID test, bring your tea inside, and we can save time in that manner. If you allow me, Dr. Moyo, or do you have to run off somewhere?
No, it's okay. I will wait to respond at the right time after the next presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. But thank you. We shall give you a round of applause at the same time with our colleagues. Our colleagues from Action Aid, kindly introduce yourself and take the floor.
Sorry, Madam SG. The person who will make a presentation on behalf of Action Aid is Andrew Chikore, who is the head of programs and policy with Action Aid Zimbabwe.
It's in order, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Loud and clearly.
Right. Allow me to take this opportunity representing Action Aid to also input into the process that is currently underway, basically focusing on how best we can deliver on governance improvements to be brought in the PFM frameworks in Africa, with particular reference to the budget process. Happy that Dr. Moyo has already spoken to the key fundamentals, and from the Action Aid point of view, we will try to be very practical with regards to the budgeting process and the SRHR as well. What remains key to the researchers sitting here and the other delegates listening is the obligation that is placed in the public resource management process, especially with regards the power holders, who in this case are the elected officials and bureaucrats, who are supposed to take into account their responsibilities for their actions with respect to public resource management. For us as Action Aid, we take our governance work together with the PRM in one of our nested pillars, which focuses on economic justice. And what is quite clear as the researchers consider the analysis on the same is how we can have a systems change approach in an effort to improve the budgets and ensure the provision of services in this manner regarding SRHR. It will be very important to also discuss how we tackle neoliberalism and issues associated with austerity. We have quite a lot of documentation and researches which have been put upon us African governments by the IMF, by the World Bank, by the World Trade Organizations, which really have a negative implication to our programming or to our budgets at a national level. And it is really important for the researchers here sitting in to also take time and conduct a proper analysis with regards to neoliberalism. Further to this, I guess as we look into our budget, it is quite key to also reject the denial on unpaid care and planetary limits. It's quite key to oppose privatization and building progressive alternatives. I am happy that one of the previous researchers has already alluded that we end up depending on grants and loans. And this, to some extent, is really exacerbating privatization, which affects our provision of the gender-based public services to our communities. In this regard, it is also important to really highlight how revenue can be raised and spent in distributive and gender-responsive ways in delivering rights through public quality services with universal protection. Allow me to speak in brief to where I also believe that focus should be embraced, especially with regards to gender-responsive public services. For us, ActionAid, gender-responsive public services is a framework that is designed to be relevant for our work both in rural and urban areas. And it evolves out of our long-term programming and campaign work on SHR to include education as well as safe cities. And we have defined our core pillars that underpin our understanding of gender-responsive public services as follows. When budgets are being done, it is an expectation that they are publicly financed. This is one of the gaps that we seem to see day by day. The reliance on donors, the reliance on grants, the reliance on loan support, and which has also exacerbated privatization. Whilst we appreciate PPPs, but to a greater extent, there is an increase in limited equity among the citizens, because those who can afford end up getting the services that they are supposed to get, whilst those who cannot afford end up not getting services. To this regard as well, we believe that these services should be publicly delivered and universal. A service on SRHR in a rural community should be the same with a service on the same in the urban areas. It's very unfortunate that this is not the case. And I believe the oversight role of parliamentarians should also take cognizance on the same. One of the key issues that we should also consider when doing our budgets is the element to do with gender equitable and inclusive provision of services. You would agree with me that the requirements of women and girls quite differ from the general populace, and the requirements of those who need inclusive support, like those with disabilities, also need the same. And I believe that as we budget, this remains quite key. My last point on the provision of gender-responsive public services to do with SRHR is that to do with quality in line with the human rights standards. Here I'm speaking of the 4 A's. We should ensure that the services are easily available. We should also ensure that the services are accessible, acceptable, and adaptable. By doing this, I believe we will have an equal redistribution of resources to speak of. Getting closer to financing of Srhr. We also believe that the 4S framework is quite important and should be considered in decision-making and analysis. When we are talking of the 4S's, we are looking at the share of the budget, we are looking at the size of the budget, the sensitivity, and the scrutiny, where transparency and accountability lies. Parliament has an oversight role to play. Regarding the share of the budget, the share of budget spent on public services should be taken cognizance of. The national health budget should be within the stipulated 15% of the Abuja Declaration and the 3% of the health vote allocated to Srhr. I believe these are key fundamentals that have to be considered by the technocrats, you sitting there as the budget analysis and redistribution is also considered. When we talk of the size of the budget across the revenues overall, here we are speaking to the domestic tax base and macroeconomic policies. And in a bid to increase domestic financing base for Srhr, I want to give an example of Zimbabwe, where their recommendations of ring-fencing part of the 5% airtime levy towards financing Srhr issues, especially focusing on maternity and family planning. Part of the 5% airtime levy should be used to ensure universal health care. I believe the concepts of ring fencing, if also adopted across the countries, will be important in providing equitable Srhr services. Further to this, it is also quite important to also consider sensitivities of allocations within each service with a focus on equity. For example, for the provision of free sanitary ware to rural girls in schools, this will bridge the gap between marginalized girls, improving their access to education, and this is a form of healthcare provision. Lastly, it is also quite key, Madam Chair, to also consider issues to do with scrutiny. Here with scrutiny, we are saying there is need to ensure that the redistributed resources actually arrive in practice to the disadvantaged areas where they're supposed to be. This is not the case in most instances, and hence the need to ensure a strong oversight role on this case. A strong, active movement of community and civil society structures are engaged in analyzing the health budget and expenditure to hold duty bearers accountable for their mandate of delivering comprehensive SHR services. To this effect, let me also put on the table the importance of social accountability monitoring committees and the mechanism as a whole through the work that can be done on public expenditure. I guess these are some of the key issues that are important to consider as we talk about the public finance management model. Also, allow me to briefly speak to issues to do with tax as a source of revenue generation and austerity versus public sector wage. We cannot run away from the point that domestic resource mobilization is one of the sustainable means of tax revenue collection. But the point is that it's supposed to be done in an equitable way that ensures equity and equality towards tax collection. But to this effect, it is quite important that countries stop pursuing austerity policies in the face of financial health and inequality as well as climate crisis, given that it is known that doing so will prolong economic recession and undermine economic recovery. Further to this, as an addition to this, recognizing the contribution of the public sector to economic growth and development is quite important, including the impact on unpaid care work and gender equality. As a recommendation on the same, it becomes quite important to set targets for progressive tax reforms, using progressive taxes, especially on wealth and corporations, to increase tax to GDP ratio by at least 5% by 2030. On the same note, there have been discussions on debt I guess it is also quite important to support more ambitious debt cancellation and rescheduling programs and support governments to restructure their debts so that they can prioritize investment in quality public services. This can also be added by setting ambitious targets to increase public sector wage bills year on year to reinvigorate public services after decades of decline. In addition to this, the recognition of the public sector workforce as part of the core national infrastructure that needs protection and investment cannot be overemphasized, especially in the height of the public health concern due to the impact of COVID-19. Allow me to speak to the key recommendations that I believe are quite key for consideration by the researchers and the colleagues here sitting in, as this, I believe, it's quite important in ensuring increased domestic resource mobilization to fund budgets of our parliaments, which will then result in the redistribution element of it to ensure that SRHR processes are achieved. On the tax front, it's quite important to ensure tax and fiscal policies recognize, represent, reduce, and redistribute unpaid care work, including by putting in place national policies on care. Further to this, it is also quite important to reduce unfair tax burden, especially on women, and adopt progressive, redistributive, and gender equal taxation, including new forms of taxation of capital and wealth, combined with less reliance on consumption taxes. You would imagine how consumption taxes are affecting the ordinary citizens through pay as you earn and the taxes that are paid on all the products that we buy through value added tax. Further to this, it is also quite important to remove gender bias and discrimination in tax policies to ensure that tax revenues are raised and spent in ways that promote gender equality. This is also supported by ensuring adequate financing of gender-responsive social services that promote women's rights and reduce inequalities, including by gender-responsive budgeting. Happy to note that we have really delved so much in the budgeting process, but throughout the discussions, the elements that I thought were missing were those to do with gender and also those to do with inclusion of communities with disability, with our focus on SRHR. Further to this, at the global level, I believe it is quite important to establish an inclusive intergovernmental NGO UN global tax body to ensure equal taxing rights for nation states and stop all forms of tax abuse by multinational corporations and the wealthy elites. We have talked about illicit financial flows. We have talked about tax dodging. We have talked about harmful tax incentives. I think it's quite key that as a grouping, we also consider this as a form of revenue generation, which our parliaments should then take oversight over to ensure redistribution to the citizens. In addition to this, it is also quite important to stop signing and also reviewing and cancelling harmful tax incentives, including double taxation agreements. And this is also supported by stopping giving and also reviewing and cancelling harmful tax incentives in the auspices of trying to attract foreign direct investments. I guess our governments have quite a bit to do. They could improve the infrastructure in terms of the provision of power, good road networks, good legal systems that attract investment as opposed to the granting of tax incentives as a way of trying to lure investments. Lastly, allow me to also briefly speak to recommendations around challenging austerity and public service wage bills. I guess our ministries, especially our Ministry of Finance and the IMF, need to move more than their rhetoric and show real change in practice. With this, I'm saying it is quite important to set ambitious targets for progressive tax reforms increasing tax to GDP rates by at least 5% by 2030 through progressive taxes to support a bold expansion of public services, including Srhr. Further to this, it is also quite key to set ambitious targets to increase public sector wage bills year on year, to massively reinvigorate the public sector after decades of decline, seeing this as a centerpiece of COVID recovery and a green transition. In addition to this, it is quite key to also recognize the public sector workforce as part of core infrastructure of a country that needs to be protected and invested in, even at the height of a recession. As researchers seated here together, it is also quite important to conduct impact assessment of any policy that impacts on the public sector workforce, to be clear who will be affected and what the impact will be, especially on the SDGs and national development goals, speaking to all the countries, and the NDS one specifically for Zimbabwe. Further to this, I guess it's quite important to move towards long-term economic planning and meaningful factor in projected long-term returns to investment in public services within medium-term plans. Allow me to also exemplify issues to do with the UNCTAD and the ILO, which have actively researched and implemented alternative economic policies, which also include feminist macroeconomics, which is quite key in the budgeting processes. Lastly, as a recommendation on the same, is the increase in transparency and accountability in all national economic discussions, whether with the IMF or any other regional or global actors, and to publish all the data and sources and expand parliamentary and people's involvement. I think what is quite key here is the issues to do with transparency and accountability and consultation processes that are supposed to be done before even decisions are made in Parliament. I believe the citizens also have a key role to play in this process. I believe at this moment, I would be happy to say that over and above the submissions done by Dr. Moyo and our submissions by ActionAid, our thrust really is on ensuring transparency and accountability on the model law, also ensuring that it should be considered that domestic resource mobilization or tax revenue remains the sustainable form of taxation, which is supposed to be collected in an equitable way and also distributed in an equal way to also support gender-responsive public services, including Srhr. With these submissions, allow me to end here, and I'll be happy to take any comments emanating from my input. Thank you, and over.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, colleagues, for our two presenters. This basically ushers us very well into the next session, where now you'll be exemplifying to us what obtains in your countries and how to really look at these issues. And thank you so much for highlighting that poor prioritization is a problem. Money can be there, but the value will not be realized. Thank you for also highlighting the poor transfer and tracking of resources cannot continue unabated, because that is where we find the leakages, and this is where we never know what is happening, where it's happening. Poor financing, I think both of you spoke to that. Inequalities, inequalities, inequalities. We cannot talk about the budget when inequalities are not being addressed. I also appreciate the whole issue around insufficient input on the market, the whole issue around low health development outcomes. The budget cannot be done in a vacuum. The budget has to speak to a national development plan. The budget needs to bring on board evidence as to what should be funded, for what reason. The data components are quite critical. Lastly, poor governance. Without even saying that, we raise issues of poor governance from yesterday to today. the interference that we see in the system that you work or the institution that you work for. And thank you so much for that. And kindly give them another round of applause, because I think that really brought things together for us. At this point, colleagues, we only have 10 minutes to 11. We're expecting Dr. Greenberg to come in. I'll invite questions. Please feel free to go and get tea, stretch, do your COVID test. Oh, great. Dr. Greenberg came early as usual. He's already on board. Dr. Greenberg, would you rather start at 11 or we can have you?
I'm in your hands, Madam Secretary General, except that I will need to leave at the end of the time set for the end of my session, as I have another meeting starting straight after.
Okay, colleagues, if you indulge me, let's allow Dr. Greenberg to take the floor and so you need no introduction, Dr. Greenberg, but let me just introduce you to colleagues here who are researchers based at national parliaments. Some of them are technically backstopping the budget offices of Parliament, the Treasury in South Africa, for instance. And we also have among us a consultant who's reviewing our strategic plan and looking at our methodologies and how we deliver on what we talk about. Dr. Greenberg, colleagues, is a barrister. He is our legal drafter. His CV is quite extensive. I'm not going to go into that, but it will be shared. He's currently drafting the public financial model law, and we have requested him to be a discussant and share his views broadly around the process and his views around governance improvements and that of the role of Parliament. Dr. Greenberg, without further ado, kindly take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Good morning to distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues from SADC states and elsewhere. I do not propose to make a lengthy address. I'm here very much to listen to what distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues have to say. But at Madam Secretary General's kind invitation, I will just adumbrate two features of the model law on which it will be particularly interesting to hear colleagues' views from a practical implementation perspective. The first feature is that we have decided to found the model law, the technical details of the model law, on articulated aims and objectives, which on this occasion are not forming merely part of the preamble to the law, but are operative provisions of the law itself, and they will be treated by the courts and other readers as substantive legal propositions. They mention in particular that it is an aim to foster accountability, transparency, independence, and modernity through the provision of efficient and effective processes to be followed in relation to raising public revenue, spending public revenue and other resources, accounting, and in relation to parliamentary oversight. And in that sentence, Madam Secretary General, we have the essence of what the model law is trying to achieve, and as to which we particularly want to hear from delegates today, what practical support it is likely to give on the ground. In particular, yes, we have a specific mention of accountability, and that is in the context of directly enforceable legal obligations. At the other end of the model law, we support this with new offences, misuse of public funds, a broad concept, not an offence, but a reportable misdemeanor of failing to comply with proper practice in relation to public financial management. And these are I think, advances in some cases or codifications in other cases of provisions that will hopefully give the citizenry reassurance that these are not just pious hopes in the model law, but that they can be and will be implemented on the ground. For that reason, we talk specifically about public financial misconduct and misuse of public funds as criminal offences with appropriate proportionate criminal penalties. And we talk about maladministration as a wider misdemeanor to be overseen by the parliament of each state. Returning to the aims and objectives, the model law provides for measurable outcomes, and it requires the executive of each domesticating state to establish measurable benchmarks against which can be measured the optimization of public revenue and expenditure, the prevention of unauthorized expenditure. We allow flexibility in the model law, environment, in-year budget variations and so on, but always within the context of benchmarks for preventing unauthorized expenditure. Sustainability is mentioned as a separate benchmark, as is parliamentary accountability and oversight. We articulate public financial management principles, transparency principle, accountability and participation principle, that citizens and civil society at all levels should feel that they are able to participate effectively, an oversight principle which is matched by a parliamentary oversight principle later in the model law, and finally a responsibility principle that public officials should feel and demonstrate personal responsibility for the implementation of the principles in the model law, appealing to their morality and responsibility and backing this up with sanctions where necessary. And finally, we have values that are articulated on the face of the model law to underpin public financial management: integrity, independence, impartiality, equity, professionalism, accountability, and responsiveness. Madam Secretary General, I am not going to go through the provisions of the model law on this occasion. I believe it has been provided to distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues. I will, of course, be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have on them. But really, today is to listen to people's contributions in the light of what I have said about our principled aim. And the only other feature of the law that I will therefore mention is that we have a separate part on parliamentary scrutiny and oversight, which I will be particularly interested to hear from different states and jurisdictions as to whether the participatory and oversight principles speak directly to the practical context in each domesticating state. If you will forgive me, Madam Secretary General, I will make no more prefatory remarks, and I stand ready to answer questions and very, very interested indeed to hear what distinguished delegates and esteemed colleagues have to say.
Round of applause for Dr. Greenberg. Thank you. Thank you so much for those illuminating, commentary on the model law. It gives the researchers room for them to go and look into the model law and be able to give us comments, even in writing at a later stage. This session was really to assure them or introduce to them, make them interested to really go further and look into the model law at this stage. If there are any questions at this point, Honorable Greenberg, I will also allow the two presenters to respond to those questions, if at all, so that we release you exactly earlier for your next engagement. Colleagues, any further questions, or do we allow the earlier questions to be addressed? There was a question, Honorable Dr. Greenberg, on the issue of cryptocurrency, the management of cryptocurrency, that countries have not yet, there's no consensus around the particular issue, and probably you may wish to say, why is it included in the model law? There was also some issues around signing of what do you call them? The disintegrated nature in which loan agreements are entered into at national level, whether or not you have commentary around that, and if that can actually be looked at in much more detail. I don't know what else was said that I should be repeating for your take on that, but the other two presenters are also there to take on those questions. Maybe let me give you priority to do that as you have to leave, and then allow Dr. Moyo and our colleague from ActionAid to do the same. Are there any questions, additional questions, colleagues, before I hand over? Okay, let me hand over to you as presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, and I shall look forward with interest to hearing what Honourable Dr. Moyo and what colleagues from ActionAid have to say on these matters. Cryptocurrency, this comes at a very difficult time. The model law would be failing in its duty if it did not provide any mechanisms for addressing cryptocurrencies whatsoever. Some nations around the world are already considering with their central bank whether to issue state-backed cryptocurrencies. Now, they may or may not do so, although one or two of them are in the process very much of arranging that. But it may be that no SADC state will ever issue a central bank cryptocurrency. That does not mean that public assets can avoid exposure to cryptocurrencies. Indeed, they are already exposed. There is no question that the Public Financial Management Act has to cover state-owned enterprises, it has to cover procurement rules, it has to cover a multiplicity of interfaces between the public sector and the private sector. And wherever there is such an interface, we are already exposed to cryptocurrency. Virtual assets are already something that national audit offices, public accounts committees need to be in a position to be able to classify, value, and oversee. But we don't know what to say about it because classification principles are still being developed. Valuation is virtually impossible for the present. Regulatory principles are being developed by international think tanks, and we reflect some of the best academic work in the model law. We reflect some of the best academic work to date in the matter of regulatory principles. But if we were to try and set out the kind of detailed regime that we have for public debt, for public accountancy, for procurement, if we tried to give that level of detail for cryptocurrencies, we would be doomed to immediate obsolescence, because whatever we say about it tomorrow may be completely wrong in 3 days' time, never mind 3 months' time or 3 years' time. So the biggest challenge for the model law is to combine an articulation of the core regulatory principles and oversight principles in respect of cryptocurrency with the flexibility to allow the regulatory machinery to adapt, develop, and to reflect changing reality in the world over time. We believe, Madam Secretary General, and when I say we, I speak not only for myself as drafter, but also I speak, I believe, for the distinguished technical working group on which Dr. Moyo and others are distinguished and esteemed members. We believe that we have effected that balance, and we will be very grateful to hear what anybody has to say about whether we can finesse that balance further to combine flexibility with a degree of certainty. On loan arrangements, well, yes, this is a familiar problem to us all, and it's one that has been around for obviously for literally centuries, and so it's a bit easier for the model law in that sense to address it in a flexible way. And again, I believe that we have struck the right balance. I refer esteemed colleagues in particular to the breadth of our definition of the definitions in Part 8 on government borrowing, and in particular to articulating a classification rule of public debt in clause 72 of the model law, coupled with executive regulations which will aim by virtue of an enforceable duty in clause 72(3), subsection 3, they will aim to ensure transparency of public debt and the inclusion of all financial obligations ultimately falling on the government. And in response to this question about the division of loan arrangements, I direct esteemed colleagues' attention to those words in clause 72, subsection 4, financial obligations ultimately falling on the government, because that is the test. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about guarantees, whether we're talking about indemnities to state-owned enterprises, whether we're talking about obligations linked to donor funds, whether we're talking about on-lending. It doesn't make any difference who's doing it or what form it takes. The bottom line is, does it consist of financial obligations that ultimately fall on the government? And I believe that by the clarity of that concept, we have captured some of the complexity of different arrangements within a single set of adaptable and flexible rules that will provide for proper understanding of what government debt a particular jurisdiction faces and will allow it to deal with that debt in accordance with the mechanisms set out in the model law. If you will indulge me for 20 seconds longer, I will also draw colleagues' attention to the fact that it is all about mechanism in Part 8. When we have debt targets, all the model law says that if those debt targets are exceeded, then you ramp up, you ratchet up the scrutiny mechanism. The model law cannot dictate, it cannot be prescriptive to jurisdictions about what they do in substantive terms in relation to their per capita debt. What it can do is that it can advise how to help to control the mechanisms surrounding the supervision and the regulation of debt when it gets to particular levels. And that is what the model law aims to achieve. Madam Secretary General, I hope that responds to those questions in a sufficient way.
Thank you for those penetrating comments, like you put it. That is quite helpful, Dr. Greenberg. I'll allow the two colleagues, Dr. Moyo and our colleagues from, I keep thinking of Johannes Chimuyi, but I know it's not him, from ActionAid, to kindly make comments based on earlier submissions. But before you do that, let me allow South Africa to make a comment, because that would be the commentary that's coming from yourselves will be closing the session for the day. South Africa.
Thank you, Dr. Greenberg, for your presentation. Dr. Greenberg, I think we have a problem sometimes with conventions that we sign at the international level. And one of those conventions, the African Union Convention on Anti-Corruption, if I'm stating it correctly. And in that convention, there are specific articles that relate to principles of to prevent corruption. And in particular, it talks about procurement, and it also talks about disclosure of interests. To what extent, I apologize, I have not read the full document. To what extent was it considered? Because I think, as I mentioned, we do have a problem with ratifying conventions, but then not actually implementing it in law, or rather not making law, domesticating it. And I think I looked at the list of countries that has ratified it, and I think most of us in the room would be on that list. But whether we have implemented, I guess we would need some guidance on how to domesticate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yeah, go ahead, because it's a ride, I'm sure.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think thank you, SG, but also thank you, Dr. Greenberg. I think that the aspect of cryptocurrency has been clearly explained. That's very good. I just wanted to hear your thoughts regarding issues of sinking funds as they relate with the debt management. Because I know that in some jurisdictions, the public finance law will provide for a sinking fund so that certain monies are put aside so that at the time when you want to pay back, there are resources available. Have you taken care of that in the PFM? The other issue is the sovereign wealth funds. I know that there are certain countries that get this windfall resources from extractive industries, and normally these tend to dislocate the economy if they're not properly managed. And so they create what they call sovereign wealth funds. Of course, there are rules and regulations to which these resources are managed, and they are very important for PFM management. I don't know if you've also provided for that aspect in the PFM law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. There was an earlier question: how do countries reduce that debt or their liabilities ultimately? I know the model law gave a percentage of 50 to 60% of GDP in terms of borrowing. If you would kindly just adumbrate on that particular issue to Dr. Greenberg. We'll stop here. Now I'm handing over to our resource persons to give their last parting shots and address the questions that have been asked. Dr. Greenberg, let me start with you again, and I'll hand over to our colleagues.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Dealing with those points in short order, the point made about the implementation of international conventions, and in particular the African Union anti-corruption conventions, that is exactly, I agree exactly with what the speaker says in relation to procurement and conflict of interest. That is exactly why, although there are aspects of the model law that will overlap with other constitutional or legislative provisions in individual jurisdictions, we decided to set out the procurement laws in full detail so that countries who need to disapply them to reflect their own alternative arrangements will do so. But in order to state the centrality of the importance of procurement as part of the anti-corruption implementation efforts. And the procurement part is therefore unashamedly detailed. And yes, it draws specific attention there and elsewhere in the model law to conflict of interest and the management of conflict of interest. And if I may, I stress the latter. Forbidding conflict of interest is easy to do, but doesn't actually get you very far. What matters much more when you're dealing with state-owned enterprises, wide-based government, what matters far more is identifying and managing conflict of interest rather than just pious exhortations that there shouldn't be any. They will arise and they need to be identified and managed appropriately. On the question about sinking funds and sovereign wealth funds, the speaker, if I may say so, correctly identifies an area of the model law that we have already at an earlier part of the consultative phase identified for expansion. We have been asked to say more about special funds, and a sinking fund is a particular kind of hypothecation or designation of a special fund. We are going to take that away and look at it more. I would particularly invite the speaker and anybody else present today, if they have particular features of management or regulation of those special funds that they would like to see in the model law, I invite them respectfully to be kind enough to identify some of those features in writing, and we will be delighted to look at that as we expand the special fund feature. Sovereign wealth funds is very, very different, and we could spend a lot of time talking about it. I will obviously again be grateful for anything anybody wants to set down in writing. The only thing I will say now, however, is this. Sovereign wealth funds, I feel, are very much like state-owned enterprises in the sense that, yes, it may be appropriate to apply some or all of the rules in the model law to them, but they will require special treatment and modification. They have a particular constitutional status that cannot be ignored. And in those jurisdictions that do not have a fully adapted code about the sovereign wealth fund treatment, simply allowing them to be treated under the model law without any modification, I think could be a serious mistake. So we will consider providing an express power, as with state level and state-owned enterprise level, and indeed local government level, we will consider providing a power for the provisions to be applied to sovereign wealth funds with particular modifications. I stress, of course, in response to the speaker's question on sovereign wealth funds, that we are only talking about them to the extent that they are not, that they are within a commercial envelope and do not expose the state to liability. If they do the latter, then of course, as I said originally, they will fall under the classification of government debt without any further adaptation or modification. I believe that addresses the questions I was asked, and I have no further comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Greenberg. You have indeed two colleagues, ActionAid and Dr. Moyo. Kindly make your input as we close the session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see my camera, it can't work now. I don't know why. But
No,
so
it's fine. Don't worry. Yes, it's your bandwidth, right. I'm sure.
That's all right. I would like to comment on just 3 issues that were put on the table by the colleagues there. One of them is what can be done. How can the team there, the researchers and parliamentary staff, help in the area of debt management? My take is that you guys are the knowledge producers. You are the evidence providers. That's your work. Can you research and provide evidence to the parliamentarians on the dangers of debt distress and of going against the public financial management? That is important, providing that evidence and conscientizing them. It's important. There is an issue about debt cancellation. I think you need also to research on that. Generally, creditors are happy and willing or hesitant to cancel debt for many of our highly indebted countries. There's general hesitance. And one of the reasons is that there are many creditors now. It's not just the IMF, the World Bank, but you have your Paris Club, you have your London Club, you have your non-Paris Club, and many. Now, if one of them cancels debt, there is a feeling that it will provide free riding for others. So unless there is a coordinated approach by all creditors, all lenders to agree on debt cancellation, then there's a problem. So perhaps that's one of the areas where you would want to research and provide insights. How can we get different creditors and lenders to agree on debt cancellation to our region, to African countries? We know it has happened in the past, the APIC and others, but it is becoming, difficult now, even after the COVID should have been cancelled, but it has been difficult. So I'm saying raised, and he rightly raised, people feeling that no, we can't cancel our debt because if China doesn't, so you will take the money that we're supposed to pay us and you go and pay China, or you are going to pay so and so. So do research on that. It will be helpful. Otherwise, we'll be crying and saying they are refusing to cancel the dates, but there are these reasons and these innuendos that we need to attend to. The other thing that was raised was we can't do without debt. It's from a colleague from DRC that United States is a lot of debt, Japan a lot of debt, and I agree with you. I mean, with Japan, the last time I checked, it was over 300% of the GDP. But here is the difference. The difference is that in the United States, they have this capacity for quantitative easing. And when they are borrowing using their own local currency and domestic currency. In Japan, with that high ratio, most of it is borrowing from locally and using that to generate economic activity. So the problem with us here in Africa, in our region, is that we are not borrowing using domestic currency. We can't. So it is important to manage our debt because it is we will always be paying. So we should be happy to have debts. In fact, we should reduce, manage, and that's why the model law presents a number of provisions that try to help the parliamentarians to manage the executive, to manage debt contraction. But one last thing for me, Madam Chair, again from DRC, very interesting. I liked it. And perhaps there is a need that researchers look at it. The presenter said, or the questioner, the commenter said, their budget starts from the provinces, from local communities. Then the build-up goes up until the national. I think that approach, I will have to read about it, but it sounds appealing. At face value. Perhaps there is a need to, it was nice to hear somebody talking about the SDRs. It is important, perhaps for you, Madam Chair, if you have not done it, if you have done it already, that's fine. To look at how the SDRs have been used in the region. Were they used, some of it, did they go to Srhr being monitored? That's very nice. I think it will be very important to have a session on that at some point. And otherwise, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to have been part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Dr. Moyo. I'd now allow our colleague from Action Aid.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew is the name again.
Yes, sorry, apologies for that. I've been scratching. How can I forget you, Andrew?
Not a problem.
Okay, thank
you very
Kindly
much. So, let me not belabor responding to issues that my other two colleagues have already responded to, but I guess there are quite a number of issues that also caught my attention with regards to debt and debt management. And I guess, as already alluded to by Dr. Moyo, debt in its own is not a bad thing, but what is key is how it's managed or how it's reduced. But from my viewpoint, I guess the oversight role of the Parliament and the consultative processes that should be undertaken are quite key to have inclusive decision-making when it comes to loans that eventually result in debt. In most instances, you then realize that once countries have a burden of paying back debts, the ordinary citizen faces the brunt of overtaxation by a multiple number of taxes on ordinary citizens. And this on its own enhances inequality within society. I guess this also speaks to issues also coupled in the model law to do with the different conventions, MOUs, and agreements that are signed, especially by our leadership, which I'll continue to impress upon the researchers here sitting in, to provide critical analysis on the same and provide advisory notes and guidance to the parliamentarians to be able to sign off key conventions or agreements that are signed off by the government. Then second from last, I would also put a caveat on how really we interrelate with the Bretton Woods institutions. We're talking of the IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, especially when making financial decisions that have a huge implication or on our budgets or on our country programs. Here I'm referring to issues to do with the austerity. If we date back the number of decades that we can think of issues that have really led us to the mess that we are in currently as a result of the agreements that are brought forward by the Bretton Woods institutions around austerity, which seem to have not worked in our favor. The question really to the researchers is, do we really engage in an analysis when a pronouncement is made by these institutions to implement a certain program? I believe history has judged us that this does not work or has not worked in our favor. And lastly, of course, I am an advocate of domestic resource mobilization, as I believe that it's more sustainable. We have control over it. We have control over its collection. We have control over its distribution and its allocation. But I guess we might need to then further our research on identifying other means of alternative resource collection or resource revenue mobilization to augment progressive taxation. I guess these are my comments from my end, and happy to have been part of this grouping. I also learned quite a lot, and happy to follow through the model law as it unpacks. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Wow, thank you very much. This was quite impressive, and we'll close this session before we actually get into the deconstruction of the Srhr and democracy, and I'll allow you to take leave. But just to emphasize a few things from yesterday and today, because for some reason you've helped us just kind of close it up very nicely. And, you know, you've emphasized in a way in the past 2 days what has been said by the researchers and the resource persons that have been there is that a triangular contact, interrelationships are necessary to strengthen systems of accountability. From political parties, which we know we had, some are not regulated, but somehow they weigh in a lot when it comes to issues of the PFM framework. We also can underscore that, and we've learned yesterday that legislature, executive balance of power on the national budget process is an indicator of democracy quotient. So this is quite important for the researchers when they look at the rights component, when they look at participatory democracy and how the budget is actually, you know, how consultative the budget is at national level, or how inclusive it is to other. And I think with the model law, we are looking at the benchmarks for democratic legislatures in terms of how ideal it would be for them to go beyond mere involvement in the budget process, the PFM framework, but to really hold government to account, how to truly be alert in terms of approving national budgets, how to be alert around taxation policy, how to be alert around monitoring public expenditure, among others. So thank you very much. I think this was quite helpful, and thank you for that expose, as it will help our researchers to look at Srhr within an economic transformation perspective that will help us build resilience of our economies, look after the people that we represent so that whatever services that are delivered benefits them, and the opportunities for all, those in the rural, those in the cities, is quite widespread and fosters equitability among our societies in a democratic environment, which is shaped by respect for all rights, whether they're civic, whether they're political, cultural, as well as economic rights. With that, colleagues, I think looking at issues of central sustainability and developments and human rights. We've done a great job. And the PFM will be that tool that takes us to that freedom that we all look forward to as citizens of SADC, and also as just citizens or sons of the soil in Africa, sons and daughters of the soil in Africa. Thank you very much. A round of applause. We'll take a break at this point, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much. Yes. Madagascar, sorry, you can have your virtual tea. Let's have tea or a stretch. For those who have not been able to stand up, could we kindly come back? COVID test, are we all done?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes.
So Lesotho has. Yeah, Lesotho has. So, oh, sorry. So why don't we come back at 12 so that we break for lunch at 13 hours? I'm sure we'll be able to tackle most of what is remaining very quickly. Is 12 o'clock fine? Because I've seen that we've already taken working tea. Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues online will be back at exactly 12 noon. It gives us at least 31 minutes to finalize or have tea, stretch our legs, and come back to the room. Thank you so much, Dr. Greenberg. You may take leave.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you very much, Dr. Moyo.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's better now. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Chuma, it's trying now, yeah. It's better, eh? Much better now.
So you see what
Colleagues, Okay, colleagues. I don't know if our colleagues online are there. There is a request that we use the time that we have so that we may knock off early. I hope that this is acceptable. Is Madagascar back online, Mr.? Okay, so we can. Who is Miss Pam? You are the moderator. Yes. It's very difficult because I don't know if you are going to be seen properly. Have you moved? She can sit here? Okay. Okay, Mr. Lidon. Yeah. Let Pamela sit here so that you can. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the floor. Thank you, Madam SG. I hope you're going to get my voice. I'm trying to push it so that we have this done. So I'm not going to talk much. We are going to hear from all our researchers from the different national parliaments. They are going to actually break down their budgets and give us maybe any of the lines that they see showing forth the Srhr and also including the democracy and human rights aspect for outcome 8 and 9. So without wasting time, I'm going to give Angola a chance to give us a short presentation.
Enquanto se prepara ali as questões técnicas, aproveito já começar para ganhar bocadinho de tempo. Pois é, muito bom dia a todos, muito bom dia, Madame SG, muito bom dia, colegas. Primeiramente, eu gostaria de reiterar rapidamente aqui os meus profundos agradecimentos à Madame SG por nos dar esta oportunidade de aqui estar, porque para mim, isto é uma oportunidade especial poder estar aqui. There is no interpretation? Vou voltar aqui o meu tempo para não...
Okay, for that reason, maybe we have to wait for the interpreters because we can't do without. In either way, they are needed by our...
We're doing English.
Okay, let's just be patient. We have about 7 minutes to go.
Oh, they're back? Okay, they're back.
So are they ready? Ok, so you can carry on.
Muito bom dia, caros colegas, muito bom dia, Madame SG. Primeiramente, gostaria muito rápido de reiterar meus agradecimentos profundos à Madame SG por nos permitir cá estar, dedicar nosso tempo, energia e emoção nesta atividade, porque para mim isto é um evento muito importante, pois é a primeira vez que faço uma interação direta com todos os pesquisadores e, sobretudo, o diretivo, e acredito que isto dará uma grelha ascendente naquilo que é o nosso trabalho e, sobretudo, a forma de comunicar com todos. No entanto, no concernente àquilo que é o tema, vale dizer que o Orçamento Geral do Estado é um documento que prevê as receitas e as despesas necessárias para fazer cumprir as prioridades do país, através de medidas concretas e programas a serem implementados pelo governo. No entanto, Angola, há sensivelmente 3 anos atrás, especificamente nesses últimos 2 anos, não é? Angola tem estado a efetuar uma série de reformas. Angola tem estado a efetuar uma série de reformas abrangentes e fortes na consolidação fiscal que envolvem, além de uma série de programas inovadores, o processo de desconcentração e descentralização.
Momento.
Muito rápido.
Slow. Interpretation.
Time. Então, eu dizia, como vamos mais lentamente então, que o Orçamento Geral do Estado é um documento que prevê as receitas e as despesas necessárias para fazer cumprir as prioridades do país, através de medidas concretas e, sobretudo, através de programas a serem implementados pelo governo. No entanto, Angola, há sensivelmente 3 anos atrás, especificamente nestes últimos 2 anos, tem estado a efetuar reformas abrangentes e fortes naquilo que é a consolidação fiscal, que envolve, além de uma série de programas inovadores, o processo de desconcentração e descentralização daquilo que é as finanças públicas. No entanto, atualmente existem aproximadamente 70 programas orçamentados, e destes 70 programas orçamentados, somente 7 programas é que estão totalmente ligados àquilo que é os direitos de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, bem como ligados às questões da igualdade do género ao setor social. E, de acordo a esses 7 programas orçamentados, como podem visualizar ali no ecrã, acredito que devido era melhor, acho que está ali a ocultar algumas questões. Como podem ver, desde 2017, dentro daquilo que são os instrumentos do próprio país e aquilo que é apelado pela Constituição, desde 2017 alguns programas já têm estado, ali dentro daquilo que é o orçamento, a implementar valores nestas áreas. Se observarem ali no quadro, vejo que não está muito visível. No programa 1, nós temos o apoio à vítima de violência, melhorias de saúde materno-infantil e nutrição, apoio às questões do gênero e promoção da mulher, programa de apoio à atividade econômica, temos melhoria da saúde materno-infantil, promoção da mulher rural, promoção do gênero e empoderamento da mulher. Estas questões todas estão ligadas àquilo que é a promoção dos direitos de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, e temos orçamentos para essas áreas. Agora, se verificarem ali em relação desde 2017 a 2012, dentro daquilo que é todos os orçamentos que ali se encontram, nós, 2017, tivemos 5 bilhões de kwanzas que foram implementados, e isso foi crescente. Mas, se puderem verificar ali, verão que em 2022 houve praticamente um incremento do orçamento para estas áreas de mais de 70%, porque em 2019 foram 8 bilhões, mas para 2017 houve um incremento ali do orçamento, e se dispôs do orçamento total 277,4 mil milhões de kwanzas. Agora, por que em relação aos outros anos, o que mudou ali? O que é que fez com que 2012 e sobretudo 2021 tivéssemos um grande incremento do orçamento nessas áreas? Uma das questões que fez com que houve ali grande mudança, primeiro, é que Angola implementou aquilo que é um orçamento ligado àquilo que é a área do gênero, que é o que se chama orçamento sensível ao gênero. Pois o nosso executivo e o nosso parlamentar fruto das interações, conseguimos criar um decreto para a área e isto fez com que tivéssemos mais orçamentos, mas ainda assim, já estou quase aí a 1 minuto para terminar, ainda assim, o que é que falta? Nós só temos praticamente saímos de 2.1 para 3.1 dentro daquilo que é a melhoria. O que é que nós precisamos fazer? Falta temos um bocadinho mais dentro daquilo que são os desafios. Falta nós, dos 70 programas que temos orçamentados, podermos em todos esses 70 programas termos ali as questões ligadas ao direito de saúde sexual e reprodutiva e as questões ligadas à igualdade do género. Ainda só temos 7, estamos a caminhar por ali, mas isso já é um grande incremento, pois os nossos parlamentares temos estado frequentemente ali a discutir e temos já alguns resultados em relação aos outros anos. Mas, contudo, precisamos melhorar mais. Tá? Precisamos melhorar mais e não me vou estender porque acabei de esgotar os 5 minutos. Dúvidas, perguntas, curiosidades, estamos aqui abertos. Temos mais 5 minutos, creio, para perguntas e interações.
Thank you very much, Angola. I think we are going to proceed to our next presentation, and then probably our discussant is our SG. So I think she will just come in maybe after 3 or 4 presentations, so that at least we can benefit from that. So our next presentation, thank you very much, Angola. That was quite comprehensive, and you did well. We are so happy for you that even your budget is getting increased towards some of the Srhr issues. Next, we are going to have Eswatini. If you can take us through your presentation. Oh. Okay, sorry, you do after.
Very good afternoon, our MNE, our Madam SG and colleagues. My presentation on budget appropriation for Eswatini, I just want to flag that we've been tracking on the archaic style that Srhr HIV and AIDS governance project is not funded for. But I just want to portray, out of the tracked budgetary concern, I just want to portray a turnaround strategy where we have our adjusted fiscal plan, fine, which is redressing high hiring freeze and merging parastatals. And also we have high public reform issues with relevance to the Procurement Act. And I want to say that our appropriate budget, as much as we are seeing our Srhr unit on the ground with policy issues at hand, all along, we never had a budget line for Srhr. However, whatever was on the ground was only subvented to family planning commodities to do with Srhr issues. And I want to spell out that our most Srhr activities have been funded by partners where they support the activities. They don't send in any form of funding. I'm saying I'm going to unpack our budgeting in a very scholastic manner because from this particular exercise, I've learned a lot. One of our resource person reiterated the issue that we find that our budget templates don't have any working programs as annexes to specify targets for our respective interministerial committees and all. We are one country which is experiencing that, but we want to applaud what has taken place in this particular budget. So we are saying with Srhr, true, we have partners like World Health Organization, HI, SAFAIDS, World Vision, Nature, UNFPA, and UNAIDS and UNICEF. We are still going on receiving such much attention with regard to provision of services in terms of our respective thematic areas on access, abortion, and even more. On health, We have a total budget of 2.42 billion allocated to Ministry of Health. And this translates to about 269 spending per capita with reference to 10% in our health spending in the region. And we want to highlight this mega milestone with regard to access to medicine and issues of Srhr. We must be mindful of the fact that we are in the era of COVID-19. We are in the era of a lot of dynamics of pandemics and other natural disasters. As a country, we've seen a high burden of our 9 to 14-year-old in schools suffering from problems of cervical cancer, as well as abortions and all. So there's need for post-care treatment. Our country has budgeted a sum of about 20 million, and it is planning to introduce proper facilities to curb on the HPV vaccine, which is the human papillomavirus HPV, to reduce on the infection, especially on the young girls. This one, it's a major milestone for us in our budgetary Srhr issue with regard to high rates of EUP, with regards to post-care abortion, with regards to all what is taking place, we all know. And again, with regard to nature and HIV and AIDS governance, we are seeing high intervention of about 5% more subvention to nature on HIV and AIDS response. And as much as we cannot have the much cohort, but we are seeing high infection rates on school-going age groups with the issue of COVID-19 curfew and regulation, yes, COVID curfew and regulations. We're seeing a lot of school kids idle and more, and we've witnessed high infection rates. Thus, the intervention was positive in terms of hiking our budgetary outlook regarding to HIV and AIDS response and support to HIV and AIDS youth clubs. We're seeing also TB screening purpose success rate, which is now at as high as 85%. And with the government, with the allocation, budget allocation, I've seen an increase of more TB facilities as well as 3% increment in terms of access and hiking of a budget towards TB, where we have more referral hospitals. We've got facilities to curb on high TB centers. We've got more decentralized treatments on NCDs, especially to our young ones who are more on junk food. We are having high cases of diabetes amongst the youth. The youth are highly affected, and we're experiencing a lot of Srhr issues, and they have even affected schooling facilities. The schooling facilities as well, they are integrated into our health budgetary outlook, where we have decentralization of health facilities, especially the health facilities from 116 to 239 health facilities. And with oncology units, we're seeing our government as well expanding chemotherapy treatment, which is mostly affecting the young adolescents and young women, which is now we have nearly 4 times what could be offered at the major referral hospitals. Also on the ground with the health Srhr intervention in terms of access to universal public health coverage, we're seeing construction of 6 new clinics, which is a milestone. We have seen from our previous budget line, there was a retarded progress in terms of the construction of 6 new clinics. And to state that these are state-of-the-art clinic facilities to assist our young adolescents and women who are mostly vulnerable. In terms of access to medicine, we are seeing the stock of supply highly improving, especially in the rural areas, which are always marginalized. We have seen an introduction of a decentralized logging in electronic logistics system, whereby our youth, as well as our aging, as well as our populace can access medication wherever they are. It's an upkeep, and it is a very positive budgetary intervention. This one enhances efficiency as well as transparency in the supply of medicine as well as delivery and with respect to value chain issues, and also to mitigate procurement corruption issues. So there are proper dispensary for medicines for both the public wherever we are. Our Srhr is highly integrated or interface with also education issues. We have been exposed to a lot of overseas, the orphans and all. We've seen a grant of about 3.53 billion, but a certain percentage, which is close to 6%, is awarded to our overseas who are highly affected, especially the young girls. They are introduced to free primary education, which is to curb on problems of our kids being idle, especially the young girl child. There are highly nutritious school feeding program, which are highly interfered for by our government at a tune of about 10% budgetary intervention. And the early competency-based education, where the marginalized and autistic children are highly attended to. Our education is catering holistic approach with reference to grade 0 programming, which was not there, and our government is looking into it, especially the girl child who are vulnerable are there, and high integration of our orphan children into society through electronic systems are gaining access to health birth certificates, which was not there. There is a budgetary outlook towards this, which is close to 6%. It was never there before. So for us as a country, COVID-19, as well as the pandemics and the tropical cyclone, which has been on the ground, has been a wake-up call for proper interrogation and proper coordination of our budget outlook. We are seeing also 30 million towards e-learning gadgets supplied to curb for especially the girl child who are idle, which is a high rise, which was never there before. High entrepreneurial skills and supply of dignity pets for both boys and girls.
Thank you very much, Eswatini. I'm going to stop you here. I know we can go forever and forever.
Yeah.
All right, probably I need to explain as well. What we are looking for is identification of lines, budget lines, in connection with our Srhr, human rights and democracy. So what I'm anticipating as well is for you to highlight those. Don't explain the programs as per se, just highlight the aspects which are being touched by your budget. If you can do that, it can give us a milestone for others to present as well. But thank you very much, Eswatini, and we can see an improvement in your budget as well on Srhr issues. But for our next presenter, please try pick up just those lines. Don't explain anything in connection with the implementation of the program or the project. Our next presenter will be DRC, if they can.
Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Merci, Madame Pamela. Et alors, je voudrais reprendre et en commençant nécessairement par le budget. Le projet SDS au niveau de la République démocratique du Congo n'est pas expressément spécifié dans le budget de l'État. Au niveau, mais par contre, le ministère de la Santé a ces budgets-là, dans ses attributions. Et grâce aux parlementaires qui sont membres du groupe de travail national, nous avons fait un travail de terrain qui a fait à ce que le budget du ministère de la Santé passe de 3% à 5%. Ça, c'est les premiers aspects que nous avions fait. Et ces budgets-là, le ministère de la Santé reprend le point suivant. C'est souvent pour le combat contre le VIH-Sida, les grossesses précoces, accès aux soins de santé et la couverture universelle. Voilà, c'est dans ce cadre-là que nous sommes battus. Je vous épargne des chiffres qui se trouvent dans le budget. Alors, nous avions trouvé, malgré l'augmentation de ce budget à 3%, de 3 à 5%, ce budget est toujours insuffisant. C'est ainsi que le gouvernement a fait appel aux partenaires extérieurs Et c'est le partenaire avec le ministère de la Santé qui a pris maintenant le budget, qui a pris maintenant le projet de SDR. Et d'ailleurs, il a été créé au niveau de la RDC, et le ministère de la Santé et ses partenaires ont créé un secteur, un plan qu'on appelle le Plan national de développement sanitaire, qui s'articule autour de 2019 à 2022. Et ces plans de développement a permis à ce qu'il y ait amélioration du secteur de la santé et ça a matérialisé le pays vers la couverture sanitaire universelle et qui répond effectivement aux objectifs de ODD. Et les principaux problèmes de la santé, c'était qui est repris dans cette création, dans ces plans de développement, c'est la santé reproductive, la santé maternelle, néonatale, infantile et adolescente. Et on a trouvé également qu'au niveau de, excusez-moi, on va avancer, on a repris dans ces projets aussi la malnutrition des enfants. Et c'est ce qui a été repris dans cette... un autre point, que le gouvernement s'appuie sur ces dossiers, les violences faites au genre. On a trouvé que le budget du gouvernement est suffisant, mais c'est la première dame, Madame la présidente de la République, qui s'occupe des violences faites au genre, puisqu'on a trouvé que les victimes sont chaque fois avec l'argent est suffisant et les partenaires, avec la contribution des partenaires, ça ne suffit pas. On a créé un fonds qu'on appelle le fonds transitionnel. Ce fonds-là va aider les victimes de violences sexuelles, va aussi aider la justice pour que la justice s'occupe de ces violences sexuelles. Mais maintenant, il reste le problème, c'est que le parlementaire puisse s'appuyer pour dire comment on va orienter ces fonds. Ces fonds est suffisant ou bien ces fonds, il faut l'augmenter. Voilà les grandes lignes sur lesquelles nous nous sommes basés. Et nous avons fait un effort pour que dans le budget 2022, qu'on puisse faire avancer le projet de SDR. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, DRC. That was quite comprehensive as well. I think all of us can notice that within these three countries, it looks like their budgets, they are only managing to recoup a bit out of the budgets, not to say their program-based budgeting. So I think we'll learn that from Zim. If you remember yesterday's presentation, it was showing by program. That will be much clearer and better for us to understand as well. But utilizing what we have noticed also that for DRC, there are lines that they could pick up, which is in relation to Srhr. As long as it is health, but you are able to pick out a bit of the aspects of Srhr, I think it will help us see how the government are spending also towards the program. Probably I can give to Madam SG if she wants something to comment on these three countries that I have presented so far. Or you prefer that we carry on and do it at once? All right. So we are just going to continue. We are just going to continue as well from Eswatini. If my memory serves me well, it's Lesotho. We can have Lesotho to present as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ronald, can you help me with the slide? Thank you. You can move on to another, the next slide. It's okay. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Listening to the previous speakers, I picked some of the similarities in terms of how we do budgeting as a country. I have realized that for Eswatini and DRC, we are very similar on the issue that we don't have a specific budget line that talks to issues of Srhr. And under the Ministry of Health, for the year 2021-2022 fiscal year, that is the budget. And I have picked two issues that speaks to the issues of Srhr. And during this fiscal year, there was an establishment of a cancer center whereby cervical cancer screening and treatment for pre-cancer lesions and referrals, and referrals are being made through that center, and the treatment to Bloemfontein was established to address issues of SRHR. As we all know, that issues of cervical cancer, they do have a lot to do with issues of SRHR, as particularly in women. And also there was the improvement in terms of health system being strengthened through the installation of teleconferencing infrastructure in 30 health centers, and which include 18 hospitals. And this infrastructure has enabled continuation of training, mentorship, and supervision of healthcare workers virtually for HIV, stroke, TB, and COVID interventions. And in addition, this teleconferencing infrastructure supported the largest healthcare workers training on advanced HIV disease. And if we can remember, issues of advanced HIV disease, it's in the case whereby people who are infected with HIV and AIDS, their CD4 count is below 200. And also there was also a total number of 278 healthcare workers who were trained on AHD. So basically that's what I have extracted under the health ministry in terms of budget, in terms of budgeting for issues that tap into issues of SRHR. We also have the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, whereby the allocation of funds was that much, and also the Ministry of Gender and Sports and Recreation, as well as tourism. So those respective ministries, they don't necessarily have anything particular in terms of addressing issues of SRHR, but under the Ministry of Education, we have issues of CSE, which, like I mentioned earlier, we depend heavily from, on external support. We normally invite Ministry of Education in implementing issues of CSC, comprehensive sexuality education, and UNESCO has been very much instrumental in helping us to do so. Even under the Ministry of Gender, there isn't much to write home about. And our interest under the Ministry of Tourism is the issue of initiation bill, whereby the initiation bill has a clause that indicates the age of consent for enrollment of children in initiation school, which is going to solve a lot of problems for us as a country, because that in itself, it will improve issues of school dropouts and issues of child marriage. I think this is it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to have Malawi next on the line.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation on the construction of the.
You have to bring, come closer to.
Thank you. You go straight to slide number 3. So my presentation is not program-based budget, is based on the budget that was presented by the Minister of Health last week. It's a 2022-2023 budget. In the budget statement, I was able to extract or identify some of our priority areas, the SRHR, health, and democracy. So what I've done is to copy the statement that was said by the Minister of Finance and paste on the PowerPoint as an evidence. So I'll go straight to health sector. Under health sector, it has been allocated 10% of the total budget, but we can do better than this. And we know we cannot reach the Abuja Declaration 15%. Why am I saying so? Last year, the previous fiscal year, we had 9.3% allocation to health budget, but it was a 9 months period because of the transition. We are transitioning we are changing the fiscal year from from March to April, from 1st April to 31st March the other year. So previously it was used to be October to some months the other year. So if you look at the increment on the budget from 9.3% for 9 months and 10% for 10 months, it's not significant. We had problems with the drug shortages and the like. So in this case, it's obvious that we are going to have problems with our drug shortages as well, considering that we have some other emerging issues in Malawi. We have Cyclone Anna that has displaced a lot of people, including pregnant women who will need medical treatment and the like. We also have recorded a case of polio, with that we will also drain some resources from the health sector. So we will still need to do more with regard to allocation of resources to health sector. However, if we go to our budget has considered the Srhr component, the construction of cancer. Next slide. The construction of cancer center. We have recorded a lot of deaths. Women are dying because of reproductive cancers, the breast cancer, the cervical cancers. So our budget has considered construction of cancer centers so that our women are able to be assisted in Malawi. You know, we don't have radiotherapy in Malawi, so it takes someone to go outside Malawi to receive treatment. So this one is will help our women in accessing treatment with regard to cancers, reproductive cancers. So next slide. Under education, this is what we have been fighting for at CSOs as stakeholders. We have been working hand in hand with UNESCO and other stakeholders to lobby to advocate for removal of sanitary pads, taxi from the sanitary pads, so that our young people can be able to afford to buy sanitary pads. We have a lot of stories under sanitary pads, a lot of stories about young women who cannot go to school because they are menstruating, they don't have sanitary pads, they stay at home, they cannot go to school. They miss a lot of lessons with regard to comprehensive sexuality education and other lessons. So we advocated for removal of sanitary pads, of which our budget has considered this budget. You can see that they have managed to remove the sanitary pads. This is the budget that is 2022-2023 budget. So as the stakeholders were very happy. It's a great achievement that we have done. We worked hard under Srhr project together with UNESCO. We worked hard to advocate for removal of tax on sanitary pads. So you can even clap for us. Yeah. Under governance and rule of law, this is where democracy and human rights falls. If you look at the institutions, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, Office of Botswana Law Commission, Human Rights, these are the institutions that preserve democracy and human rights. So the government also has considered allocation of funds and to these institutions just to promote democracy and human rights. We are also very happy that at least the allocation, though it seems to be small, you know, there's need for a lot of resources under human rights, under the judiciary, because we have no adequate human resources in, let's say, judiciary. The lawyers are few. It takes time for some cases to be tried. So we can do better than this, but we are very happy that at least democracy has been promoted through allocation of funds to the institutions that preserve democracy and human rights. I think that's what I have from Malawi. I have more to say, but looking at the time.
Thank you very much, Malawi. That was quite a good presentation as well. I love it because you can see at times it's not very significant, but something is better than nothing. So we need to appreciate that part. And also the reason why we are doing this exercise also is for us to pick up gaps so that at least we can better advise our parliamentarians for next budget as well. I think the next presentation, we are going to get it from Mozambique. One of the researchers, if they can give us.
Muito bom dia. Muito obrigada por esta oportunidade de poder Moçambique apresentar a sua experiência naquilo que é o trabalho que tem feito na perspectiva do desenvolvimento do projeto. Apraz-me dizer que em Moçambique as temáticas de saúde sexual e reprodutiva e HIV/SIDA têm seu enquadramento legal na Constituição da República e suplementada por leis e políticas que e também em consonância com o programa quinquenal de atividades. Dizer também para responder aos compromissos assumidos pelo governo no que respeita às políticas, o governo criou o Comitê Intersetorial de Apoio ao Desenvolvimento de Adolescentes e Jovens através de um decreto que é garantido pelo Ministério da Juventude e Desportos, a atual Secretaria de Estado de Juventude e Empregos e diretamente subordinada ao Gabinete do Primeiro-Ministro. Igualmente, a nível dos centros de saúde, foram criados os centros de aconselhamento e apoio aos adolescentes e jovens em todas as unidades sanitárias, hospitais de referência e localidades, e em algum momento até são promovidos brigadas móveis para fazer chegar estes serviços às zonas mais recônditas. E para fazer face aos programas do governo, nós temos um programa muito grande, que é a Geração BIS, onde faz a súmula de tudo aquilo e em termos de áreas de intervenção para assuntos dos direitos sexuais e reprodutivos. Temos o programa Rapariga BIS e temos o Roteiro Nacional de Prevenção e Combate ao HIV/SIDA, que vai perdurar de 2022 a 2025. A nível da Assembleia da República, nós temos uma comissão específica e temos 3 gabinetes de apoio para materialização a essas atividades, uma vez que essas atividades são em algum momento interdisciplinares. Relativamente ao investimento no setor de saúde, o governo de Moçambique investe em 3 áreas: a formação, a sensibilização e a orçamentação para os serviços de saúde. E para a melhoria de provisão desses serviços de saúde, qualidade e inclusivos, foi possível através de planificação e eleição de metas de curto prazo definidos pelo Plano Econômico e Social e a respectiva execução do orçamento do Estado. Dizer que, como Lesotho falou, e RDC também falou, nós não temos valores exatos e discriminados por cada rúbrica de ação, mas podemos aqui dizer que nós trouxemos uma avaliação do orçamento de saúde de 2010 a 2022, e esta evolução tivemos altas e baixas, e em 2010 tivemos uma taxa de 7,9% do orçamento para a área de saúde, tivemos uma ligeira subida em 2015, e esta em 2016 voltou a descer em 2017, e atualmente em 2002 fez uma previsão de 15%. Nós estamos satisfeitos, mas ao mesmo tempo estamos com medo, porque prevê-se que esta evolução pode ter acontecido por conta do impacto da pandemia do Covid-19. E falar também do papel dos deputados da Assembleia da República e na orçamentação e fiscalização, apraz-nos dizer que o orçamento do Estado é debatido, é aprovado em generalidade e especialidade em sede da Assembleia da República. E, para além do orçamento do Estado, a Assembleia da República tem seu orçamento. Este orçamento é preparado pela Divisão de Administração e Planificação, que é, por sua vez, submetida à Presidente da Assembleia da República, e que também remete ao Conselho de Administração, que é o órgão que faz faz a súmula das contribuições e faz as atribuições para as novas comissões parlamentares e outras áreas de funcionamento do Parlamento. Dizer também que o orçamento da Assembleia da República, de forma específica, esta é discutida em público e facilmente é vulnerável aos debates, contestações ou até questionamentos sobre as prioridades definidas. Dizer também que na Assembleia da República, para este ano, temos uma estimativa de $600 mil para os gabinetes parlamentares e a terceira comissão parlamentar, que também superintende os assuntos sociais. Dizer que também, neste orçamento de $600 mil, em algum momento vai se fazer a ação fiscalizadora, porque anualmente a Assembleia da República é dividida em grupos parlamentares que fazem a monitoria e a avaliação do plano econômico e social. E, simultaneamente, faz a representação dos cidadãos para que, de facto, aquilo que foi proposto, de facto, está sendo implementado. Que caminhos é que podem ser percorridos para o alcance dos 7 resultados esperados deste projeto? Bom, nós propomos como pesquisadores que haja mais envolvimento dos deputados da Comissão de Assuntos Sociais, Comunicação e Tecnologia e os gabinetes como campeões. Estamos cientes dos desafios, porque na maior parte das vezes estes parlamentares não são jovens, são adultos, e a sensibilidade para esses assuntos é um pouco mais melindrosa. E também podíamos propor o desenvolvimento de planos operacionais com respostas específicas para cada necessidade e investimentos e capacidade dos deputados e funcionários. Por fim, dizer que, de forma geral, nós, como pesquisadores, reafirmamos que o nosso país tem envidado esforços e trabalhos conjuntos entre as instituições de Estado, organizações da sociedade civil, parceiros de cooperação, no que respeita a assegurar os direitos de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, sobretudo na valorização do capital humano, justiça social, legislando e fiscalizando para que as ações do governo, na sua distribuição e cobertura universal de saúde, de serviços de saúde, seja extensivo e, sobretudo, haja mais acesso à informação dos serviços essenciais, pese embora o estigma e a discriminação continuam sendo os maiores obstáculos para a efetivação dos direitos das pessoas. Por fim, dizer não às uniões prematuras e forçadas, não à falta de insumo para os serviços de saúde, sim para uma orçamentação sensível às demandas e necessidades específicas. Bem-aja o nosso projeto e muito obrigada. Vou pedir meu colega Chifunga, querendo também dizer alguma coisa. Obrigada.
So a figure for the numbers. I will speak in Portuguese so that I can go deeper. So, em Moçambique, a maior parte dos projetos da área de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, embora que o governo tenha direcionado algum orçamento, como a minha colega disse, que este ano, no ano passado, para o setor da saúde, conseguimos 14%, este ano temos 15%. Para o setor da saúde, pelo menos já conseguimos atingir o nível requerido pela declaração da Abuja, que é 15% para o setor da saúde. Mas, no entanto, existem subvenções do Fundo Global que são a ser geridas pelo FDC, que é a Fundação para o Desenvolvimento da Comunidade. E este ano, para a área de saúde sexual e reprodutiva, tem cerca de $35 milhões só para assuntos ligados à saúde sexual e reprodutiva. E temos também um outro valor que é da Spotlight Initiative, que está a atuar em alguma parte de Moçambique, que tem um investimento de quase $12 milhões para a área de saúde sexual e reprodutiva. E um ponto importante é que nós conseguimos em Moçambique, através do nosso Plano Estratégico Nacional de Resposta ao HIV/SIDA, é ter posto como a prioridade número 1 para a resposta ao HIV e SIDA em Moçambique, a situação de jovens e adolescentes. Então, no nosso roteiro de prevenção ao HIV e SIDA, a prioridade número 1 é o assunto da saúde sexual e reprodutiva, virada para mulheres jovens, adolescentes. E isso inclui também os parceiros das mulheres jovens e adolescentes. Temos certeza que a partir do próximo ano, como esse plano estratégico de 5 anos, e foi aprovado este ano, a partir do próximo ano, o governo irá adotar maior bolo para a resposta à questão de saúde sexual e reprodutiva. Muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much, both researchers. And we can see the trend as well. I appreciate a lot the closeness you are to the Abuja trend. So you can imagine that the more we push up for our SRA, just forgive me, SRHR issues, the more we are going to get closer as well to implementing what we desire to see. For me, results is always what I want us to be tracking and to be monitoring. I think another aspect which they mentioned there, I think it's Chubia, she was also worried about them being implemented. It can be an allocation is there, but also a follow-up needs to be done to see with the MPs that the programs are actually being implemented, which is quite key for progress. Okay, without wasting much of our time, I'll ask Namibia to give us their presentation.
Thank you, moderator. Just as like other speakers have alluded that is it? Just like other speakers have alluded on SRHR budget, Namibia also doesn't have a specific budget on SRHR, but as a researcher, it's my responsibility to link the SRHR project key areas to line ministries that has programs or activities that has component of SRHR. So I have to start with Ministry of Gender. So I have just picked up some of the specific activities. So like we have promotion of gender equality and empowerment services. So here there's issues of child marriage in Namibia, and there's issues of GBV among young girls and women, and there's also a new program or training on gender responsive budgeting, and most of our members of parliament have undertaken these activities to advance gender equality and women's empowerment in Namibia. Let's move to Ministry of Education. I have picked up HIV/AIDS services, whereby there is policies on HIV/AIDS workplaces policies, and there is also education sector policy on prevention and management of learner pregnancy. In Namibia, there is a high rate of teenage pregnancies, and more ways when COVID-19 has come. So a lot of school learners have fallen pregnant. And there is also life skills programs or life skills lessons in school. And currently, the youngest female MP in Namibia has moved a motion on to reduce the taxi VAT to 15% on all sanitary pads, and it's starting this year, financial year of 2022 and 2023. So the exemption will start this year. Let's move to Ministry of Health and Social Services. Under public health, there is maternal and child health, and there is also policy coordination and support services, under policy and legal frameworks, whereby we are talking of HIV testing services, STIs management, and the issues of contraceptives. Last year, we had a scenario where there was shortage of family planning, and it was chaos. A lot has happened. We have seen things. People so a lot of women really fall pregnant, unexpected pregnancy or unprepared pregnancy, and there is also a provision of services on ARTs, antiretrovirals medicines, and SRHR or sexual reproductive health policies. Here we are talking of age consent. Previously, the age consent of Namibia was 16 until 16 years, but now it has been reduced to 14 years old. So children under the age of 14 can now go for HIV testing without the assistance or the consent from their parents. Let's move to Ministry of Justice. I have picked up the provision of legal services under reform and the development of Namibia, Namibian law. I hope you have seen on newspapers, you have read the magazine or news on TV. So there is, we have issues on LGBTIs communities. They are really trying hard. They are fighting for their rights to be recognized. Some have went to South Africa here. They came here for same marriage, and now they are requesting or they are demanding the Namibian government to recognize their marriage in Namibia. Some are fighting for their, same-sex marriage. And also here we had also issues or Namibians demonstrating to have safe abortion legalized in Namibia. And the petition was submitted in the Parliament. The committee responsible for this petition undertook a public hearing whereby they went into the community to find or to seek views from the communities. There is also a petition on GBV because almost every day or after a week, not even after a week, every week you hear a lady being killed by the girlfriend or by the husband, couples fighting. So they have submitted that petition, and the responsible committees will soon undertake these activities. And recently, the Minister of Justice have moved a motion or a bill on combating of rape amendment bill. So children are being raped left and right. So there are new amendments in this bill. So previously, if one happened to rape a child or anyone, so the maximum years in prison was 15 years, but now it has been increased to 20 years. So are you stopping me?
Stop here, actually, as she has requested.
Yes,
for it.
so there is a lot, and this is where now the areas of democracy and human rights will come in. And the challenge here is that there is little funds on these programs. So sometimes you may want to undertake an activity, but you are being told that there is no money, there is nothing. So, for example,
thank you very much.
Receive money from donors to undertake this.
Okay, thank you very much for that point. Especially the aspect that she's now talking about. That's what we are trying to do, to say we see there inadequate funds may be allocated for some of our programs. So our thrust is to actually influence the parliamentarians to advocate for increase in allocations so that we can implement more on those lines. Without wasting time again, can I please request Srhr to give us a presentation? Please note, we don't need an explanation for your programs. We are just picking up our programs within the budget lines. So just identify those, and if you can just list them to say A, B, C, D, your programs, we appreciate them, and we know you know them left, right, and center. Just give us where they are appearing in the budget, whether there was an increase within the budget or not. So please, let's stick to that. I don't want to cut people. So Seychelles, can we have your presentation?
Good afternoon. I'll try to be as brief as possible so I am not taken to task. Just briefly, the budget process in Seychelles starts with a letter from the Minister of Finance informing the National Assembly on a date for the presentation of the budget. This date is then put to the National Assembly's Business Committee, after which it is made official. The appropriation bill is then forwarded to the National Assembly for the first and the second reading, and this is followed by the presentation of the bill in the House by the Minister for Finance. Then MPs deliberate for approximately 1.5 months, and this is broadcast live on national TV and radio. Heads may be voted on, frozen, or even voted down. When the bill is finally approved, the clerk does the third reading, and then the bill is forwarded to the president to be assented to, so the funds can be disbursed on a quarterly basis. A lot of budget lines in our national budget relates to SRHR, democracy and human rights, but we have pulled, just to manage time, we have pulled only the most appropriate ones. This one? Okay. So what we have done, okay, why is it? Okay. So what we have done, we have just, like I said, removed only the main budget lines linked to SRHR, democracy and human rights, with the very, very main ones. Like I said before, there are many, many heads which relates to SRHR, democracy and human rights. And the first one we came across was the Constitutional Appointments Authority. And it's already there on the screen. We've made it very clear. Everything linked to democracy, human rights, and SRHR. And the main component there is perhaps the health component, the Public Health Authority and the National AIDS Council. This is for SRHR. And then we have the National Council for Children. This is very important to us because they do follow up on all issues related to child abuse. It covers everything. So this is a very major component with regards to SRHR. Department of Family as well, because everything related to social issues, rape, abortion, everything goes back to them to be, every case that is reported to the Ministry of Health is sent to the Minister of Social Affairs for follow-up. So this is a very big component as well. We've put the Office of the Ombudsman because this is a major human rights issue, because the Ombudsman is the one who follows up on a lot of these cases. The Constitutional Appointment Authority and the Electoral Commission, we believe are heads that are very relevant to democracy. So this is what we have, and I won't go further. It's all there. And as requested, we have a few of the screenshots just to ensure that our presentation is legit. So those are the three screenshots related to 3 budget lines related to SRHR, democracy and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilius. That was straight to the point. And let's have Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary General. Thank you very much, Madam Pamela. I'll ask that is projected. I'll take you straight to the budget, but quick points that run across the budget is that Zambia does not have a specific SRHR budget line. So like other countries that are presented before me, you need to come out the issues from the various line ministries, and you realize that even in the line ministries, the SRHR focal point persons. Related to the same, the budget line under SRHR is driven mainly by the donors, if you look at the percentage point of view. However, I will take you to, sorry. Huh? Okay, I will take you straight to, I don't think I'm moving as I should move. I'll take you straight to how we operate. In terms of, because of the situation that we're in, you come out the issues, you realize that under that is the Ministry of Education. So you may look at issues under education. For you to look at this, you need to look at the national plans as was shared earlier, so that you have a context, a 5-year program. Then you look at what the president presents. For us, the president usually presents 2 weeks before the national budget is presented. So it gives you policy direction. So from the president, you come out the issues of SRHR. The next step will be when the Minister of Finance presents, you come out the issues of SRHR. And that's where I got that. You realize that there he's speaking about the issues of making the girl-child equal and talking about early marriages and how they can address that. I must say that the Zambian budget, as was presented by our PBO, Parliamentary Budget Office, is output-based. So when you look at that, it will just say keeping girls in school. So now it's up to you as a researcher to follow up and see what activities are going to be done under that. Just to show you the diversity, again, sorry, I went to the issue of agriculture. Under agriculture, you will see that the Ministry of Finance committed again that under agriculture, women shall be empowered and the youth to look at issues of livestock. So it's an interesting area when you look at gender empowerment and equality. So issues of democracy are also coming on board. So under that, again, you just have a budget line that looks at output-based. So now the interest is following up. I think when you were listening to Mr. Mtambo, he raised the issue of quarterly reports from the ministries in terms of reviewing the budget. So you need to have that extra eye. Because of time, I will run you to the issues of inclusivity, even under land, the issues of land allocation. There may be issues of SRHR there, because I think where we came from in the olden days, a woman needed to apply to a man to get land, but now the laws are providing that a woman can access land. But to catch up also, there's been positive discrimination around that. So there are issues that you can pick from there: inclusivity, participation, and non-discrimination. So you can see what activities are being done to ensure that women are empowered around that. But because of time, I want to take you to a very interesting new development in Zambia, which is decentralization. I think when it was being presented yesterday, Mr. Mtambo did raise that Zambia has a very good decentralization policy, but we had realized that there was no fiscal decentralization. Now it's there. And interestingly, if my math serves me right, you realize that it used to be, I'll put it in Zambian kwacha, it used to be 1.6 million. It has jumped to 25.7 million for each of the members of parliament, each constituency, sorry, which is a lot of money when you look at that. And that money is being given based on those guidelines that I've put there. And the member of parliament has a level of influence. And for us in SRHR, that is an opportunity, because it is at a community level, and the level of influence that a member of parliament can do there is very high. And what are we looking at? Members of parliament have complained that in their constituency, the girl child under schools have boarding schools, but do not have boarding facilities, which makes girl children very vulnerable because they're staying in these boarding houses, which are not secure. They've talked about issues of clinics being there, but no friendly spaces. So what are members of parliament going to do under that particular fund where they have a high influence and it's within their geographical boundary? Mother shelters, the issues of interaction with the traditional leaders. For us, we'd want to sample that, and at least we've seen an excitement from members of parliament around that. Because of limitation in time, I think I will end there. Thank you.
That's a good one, especially on decentralization. I like it as well. There's quite a lot of increase on the budget for that. And let's have Zimbabwe to conclude. before our SG comes in with some comments as well.
If you allow me, I wanted to say a little bit more. Not all countries have constituency development funds. Apologies, not all countries have constituency development funds.
Okay.
And it would be helpful for you to tell us how the project has made linkages. I recall some time back, Zambia had requested that they wanted to train constituency officers. It's another set of staff. So I wanted to know, what issues are you earmarking, and do you have any plans to basically, just also for the benefit of others who don't have a decentralized system like the Parliament of Zambia?
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. To elaborate on the Constituency Development Fund, first of all, our national parliament itself, every member of parliament who belongs to a constituency has a constituency office, full-time fledged staff that are from the clerk's office, just like myself. So their role is to service the member of parliament similarly, but to raise issues around the constituency in terms of what are the issues, research around there, the partners that the member of parliament can work with. So that's the decentralized structure that is there with in terms of parliament. However, the interesting aspect that has come on board is that there's also the executive now that is decentralized to a district level. And at the district level, they shall be funding for the constituency. So with that particular funding, that is where now we feel the member of parliament has a high influence, because that fund is supposed to respond to the contextual issues in the constituency. So there's room for, there's leeway for the member of parliament to influence. So for us, this is a fund. It has increased very big. Everybody's looking at it. I think it comes back to the Zimbabwe Parliamentary Budget Office, what he talked about, issues of coordinating. So, but we feel the member of parliament has a very strong position to influence what is done in the constituency. And if we can influence the member of parliament from parliament itself, so the engagements that we are having, that we do under the project of constituency work, how can you influence? We're sort of like, of course, we still keep our outcomes of legislation, oversight, and representation. But we also have an outcome on community, influencing community, catalyzing the communities. Yes. So for us, that's an entry point. Now it's not only catalyzing the community, but the member of parliament to some degree also has a pocket. So he's not only going to influence, but he can also influence with a pocket and say, let's do these particular activities. So for us, that's the win that we hope to see as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that part. And it's something to take home. I like the part of the MPs having the pocket, because that influences on implementation as well. So it can be a plus. And from what SG was saying, I also picked up a point to say, I think you need to come up with a proper plan of what you are going to relay to the MPs as a form of influence as well in relation to your Srhr issues. I think that's a plus for Zambia there. Okay, for our last presenter, we are going to have Zimbabwe to give us their presentation.
Thank you, Pamela, and thank you, SG, for the opportunity to present and to do this exercise. It's quite an interesting exercise. We learned a lot, we observed a lot from our budgets that we had not looked at the way we saw them now. And we thank you again for the meeting, doing it physical. We see everybody's here, unlike online when you wouldn't find Osvaldo there and a few others. So we are happy even Madagascar is also joining us, and we welcome them. So Srhr budget lines, they've always, parliamentarians have always had an interest in trying to pick Srhr issues from our budgets, even though it was not easy. Even starting, if I go 2 decades ago, you see most budgets, they come from the ministry, and parliament just debate. And sometimes people are saying it's just rubber stamping. Even laws, they usually come from the ministry. But we have issues now that parliamentarians had actual interest. They were initiating them, calling them to be in the budgets. And when budgets would come, they would want to see how much has been done about Srhr issues. Going back even to the year 2000, also the millennium, when we started the HIV and AIDS levy, it's a brainchild of parliamentary advocacy. They would want to see how much has been allocated for free HIV, for free antiretroviral therapy. You would go to Abuja declaration when it came. MPs had always tried to follow, though it's broad, but it had SRHR components inside there. 2012 family planning, London family planning 2020, I think most of the countries were represented. And of interest, I know Zimbabwe had pledged that 3% of the health budget should go towards family planning. That's direct SRHR. And from that time, MPs would love to follow that to see how much has been allocated to family planning. You would go to 2014, that's where we started program-based budgeting, starting with the health ministry, where programs now would begin to be seen on in the blue book, in the budget line, actual programs, not just to say Minister of Health has got so much. So, and by now, every ministry now has got program-based budgeting. And by now, every ministry has got a gender component in the budget. You can see the budget book, and it's becoming much more easier to track SRHR issues. So we went around 2016, 2017, MPs started doing sanitary ware advocacy, and they would want to see what the Minister of Finance is saying about duty-free for imports, raw materials, and also even for imports of final products. And we also went to issues of maternal fees, where we wanted to see free maternity services to women. And non-communicable disease is also coming up now with cervical cancer screening. And yeah, we also talking of the gender-based budgeting. So MPs have always wanted to see what is in the budget. So I've just picked, like I've written there, I've seen 35 institutions are being allocated. That's the full budget of Zimbabwe is divided into 35 institutions, including ministries and commissions. So out of the 35, 23 have got some SRHR allocation that is clear to see. But all 35, they've got a gender component. But some, they did not disaggregate it to show anything SRHR. Some ministries, they did not do well about that. But some are under the gender component. That's where we quickly go to find SRHR issues. So just for example, you want to find contraceptives, sanitary ware, Ministry of Primary Education, gender mainstreaming. Some of the things were capacity building. Some of the things were actually into human rights, like awareness on effects of violations, of human rights violations with the Human Rights Commission, impact on corruption, on girl child. Some ministry, some commission there, Anti-Corruption Commission wants to do a research for 1.6 million Zimbabwe dollars to see the impact of corruption on girl child. Yeah, some are litigation support, to say you want to support the Gender Commission to support women to do legal investigation services when they are violated. So you have budget lines along that, and also development and implementation of several policies from sexual harassment, GBV and stuff like that in the working place. So just those few, but I said 23 of our ministries and commissions, they've got something to do with SRHR, but I just picked those few, I think 5 or so. And just for example, the last bit, my thing is not sensing. Where are you, Ronald? I want to get to the last slide. Yeah, you can do physical. Yeah, so it's just examples. You can't see, I know, but if you look on this one on the left side, it's also from the Ministry of Health. You find things like contraceptives, a budget line straightforward on contraceptives, written 697 million. And this one is the third time now it's appearing in the budget, because MPs, they teamed up together that year, which what I was saying, they were saying, unless if the health budget and the parliament budget is approved, we are not going to pass the budget. They also realized, we used that one through Ministry of Finance, they also realized that commodities for contraceptives, for family planning, they were all donor funded since independence, 100% donor funded. So they were saying, no, it's too risky. Let's begin to allocate. So this is our third year allocating something for contraceptives and for family planning. And the donor now, the DFID is withdrawing 75%. They announced globally. If you are following even in your countries, 75% of support towards family planning in Africa is being removed totally. So we're starting to getting much interest to see how much is our ministry allocating. And that one on the right is also showing the gender-based budgeting portion, as shown in the Ministry of Health, where they are also doing breaking it down under the gender budget. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Zimbabwe. I was trying to refer to the budget for Zim as well, because it's quite clear. I think everyone, if we had that kind of presentation, it would be easier for us to appreciate how much is going to our SRHR. But one other point which I wanted to find out from our budget experts who are around, is there a way that our other researchers also can learn from the example of Zim to say how best can they influence it with their very own parliamentarians within their context, so that at least things can be done at a better level and they can be accountable on each and every.
We have to give Madagascar an opportunity to
Oh,
present.
by the way,
Yes,
there's
before
Madagascar
I think,
online.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So before we comment as well, and before we give them a chance, probably let's give Madagascar the floor so that they can present as well. Madagascar. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, de m'avoir donné la parole. Tout d'abord, je tiens à noter que je viens tout juste d'être recrutée et comme Madagascar vient aussi tout juste de s'intégrer au projet SDSR, je n'ai pas encore une analyse de situation exacte concernant le financement des systèmes de santé en ce qui concerne la SDSR et la planification familiale, le VIH-Sida. Cependant, je pourrais vous donner une vue globale de la situation à Madagascar. Par rapport aux autres pays de la sous-région, Madagascar est très en dessous de la moyenne régionale, aussi bien concernant le budget national consacré à la santé qu'en termes de part dans le PIB. Ainsi, le gouvernement serait encouragé à relever le niveau des allocations destinées tout d'abord au système de santé, notamment dans le projet de loi numéro 018-2021 portant loi de finances 2022. Selon la répartition du budget par institution et par ministère, le budget alloué pour le ministère de la Santé est de l'ordre de 6%, ce qui reste très en dessous de l'objectif international. Quoi qu'il en soit, cette loi de finances stipule la priorisation des constructions d'infrastructures pour l'éducation et santé et la construction d'infrastructures routières, ce qui pourrait vraiment contribuer à l'accès aux soins. Nous pouvons voir aussi, selon ce tableau, que le ministère de la Population, de la Protection sociale et de la Protection de la femme contribue également à la prise en charge de la mère et de l'enfant. Le budget alloué pour ce ministère est de l'ordre de 0,88%. Et en ce qui concerne le genre et le développement, c'est vraiment très peu, il est de l'ordre de 0,66%. Cependant, je tiens à noter qu'il y a eu déjà auparavant une participation effective du Parlement en ce qui concerne la santé de la reproduction. En fait, il y a déjà une loi auparavant qui a fixé des nouvelles règles générales régissant la santé de la production et de la planification familiale. Cette loi a particulièrement marqué l'accessibilité des femmes et des jeunes filles à l'information, à l'éducation, à la communication, à la prise en charge en matière de santé de la reproduction et de la planification familiale. Mais la survenue de la pandémie de COVID-19 a eu un impact profond sur les systèmes sanitaires, sociaux et aussi sur les économies nationales. Et cela a eu un impact profond sur l'accès aux informations et aux services de planification familiale, ainsi que sur la santé de la reproduction en général. Et compte tenu de la situation de Madagascar en matière de décès maternel, en matière de grossesse précoce, d'inaccessibilité à la planification familiale actuelle, il est très important de contribuer à augmenter le budget et surtout les interventions en ce qui concerne la santé maternelle et la santé reproductive. Ainsi, il serait très important de reviser ou surtout de renforcer la budgétisation allouée tout d'abord au secteur sanitaire et surtout en ce qui concerne le coût pour la santé de la reproduction. Cette situation pourrait placer la question de l'efficience des dépenses dans ce secteur comme priorité. Ainsi s'achève mon intervention. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente et chers collègues, pour votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madagascar. Welcome on board as well. We are looking forward to working with you. Probably for now, let me give SG to comment on our presentations, and then the budget office, maybe they can prepare for some quick comments from what they heard. Madam SG.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Give yourselves a big round of applause. And I must say this, Madagascar, je suis très contente. Without félicitations, vous, Madame. Thank you very much. You are so committed, Madagascar. That was very, very good. It's my broken French, but I wanted you to hear me in French because I'm very pleased. Thank you, colleagues, and well done. Your efforts are quite visible. Your strategic intentions are quite laudable. This is the data that we need. This is part of our theory of change. You have spoken to it in so many ways in terms of how you wanted us to appreciate or understand what you are picking from your national budget. And this is a deliberate exercise so that we move from the theoretical and we look at the practical. I know the budget book, a lot of us don't even want to look at it, but we have no choice. So big as it is, but you have no choice. So this exercise was really for peer learning and to assist one another to understand how to read the budget in our various countries. You've heard in the past day and today, similarities and differences were being picked by our experts from budget offices. We should be able to look at the regional picture because for issues to come to the regional level, we must have data that tells us, why are we talking about child marriage? Why are we talking about gender-based violence? Why are we talking about the rights of marginalized communities? All this is about data. A few things I want you to pick up is the fact that there's no one size fits all. And I hope you have picked that up. For us to look at these issues, we must underline the fact that there's no one size fits all formula for budget deconstruction. And you must use the budget lines drafting practice of your own member states to draw the conclusions. Are we together? I'm not expecting you to come up with what obtains in Eswatini for Zimbabwe or what obtains in South Africa. So this is simply for peer learning. And please, we're not asking you to go and change the practices of your country. We are asking you to internalize and analyze, be intimate with those processes in order for you to report properly and draw the right conclusions for your populations. Going further, we know that even the numbers and the epidemics that we face are not at the same proportions. Therefore, you cannot draw a conclusion based on another country for your country for that reason. We also expected you in this exercise to identify challenges encountered and propose solutions, if any. You heard the budget office technicians saying, you cannot conclude on an assignment alone. You have to work across departments. You have to work across expertise. You must also sit with them because they will be able to give you advice that you may not have thought of. It is not Srhr plainly as you may look at it. They may also make you look at other areas that will help you report accordingly. When I looked at this and the weaknesses that we had, I said to myself, which are the questions that the researchers need to be able to answer and consistently integrate in their reporting mechanism? Which questions should they ask themselves? And I thought of the following questions as examples. Ask yourself, how can I check if a public hospital has been budgeted for? We've had many questions. We've had many incidents of people working so many kilometers to the next health center, some of them giving birth on their way to those particular hospitals. Which budget document will demonstrate that particular fact? Is there a separate document for operational budget as opposed to the capital budget that you should be looking at? How can I check how gender has been mainstreamed into the budget? Do I need to check each and every ministry and department, or is there a separate budget line which demonstrates gender mainstreaming? Otherwise, you're bound to submit hundreds and hundreds of voluminous input that will not help us in any way. How can I verify the budget allocations for Srhr, HIV/AIDS, whatever? Is it a single budget line or is it scattered over several budget lines? I want you to realize that you will not, it's not the same. So apply your analysis like you've done today. Apply your systems thinking around also looking at the budget. Are you able to check, for instance, if equipment for cervical cancer screening, for radiography, like Gomezani was saying, has been purchased, or are the budget lines incomprehensive in that regard? So, and if they are, you have people that you can work with. These questions that I'm asking you are just indicative of issues which you might raise to deconstruct your national budget. We expect to hear answers to such questions from your reports that you present as part of your M&E, which are also linked to the theory of change that is in your project document. This power over the purse, somebody has said, may in fact be regarded as the most complete and effectual weapon with which any constitution can arm the immediate representatives of the people for obtaining a redress of every grievance and for carrying into effect every just and salutary measure. This was said in 1961 by it was contained in the paper called the Federalist Paper by Rosita. So all the issues that we've been talking about representation. I found this to be quite fitting. We've been talking about representation, that the people don't have access, that, you know, it doesn't matter, even if people are consulted in some instances, they don't find their voice in the budget. They have no place to hang their hopes in it. And I'm saying that with this process, in your public hearings, as people come to Parliament as expert witnesses, these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves, and ultimately we should be able to answer. I think this was a fruitful session. I hope that when you look at your project document and the theory of change, that component that talks about financing and representation and participatory democracy can find its way. Please stop giving us what you are picking from your ministry's reports. You are not doing parliaments any service. Please use the questions and motions and the oversight questions and tools to demonstrate how they influence. Otherwise, you are repeating and you may be seen as copycats for the executive, which then makes us irrelevant in the process. You are there to basically show us that this is the level of effort, like some of you have done today, almost all of you, linking the effort to the outcome and ultimately the impact. And let us see how we sustain this throughout the thread of the project. That is why you have projects within projects. I also want you to reflect on the issue of domestic resource mobilization vis-a-vis what we get from external resources. Think about what it means that you find that most of your interventions are funded by an external source. To what percentage is that healthy? If that particular country decides to withdraw resources from your country, what will happen? Issues of sustainability, issues of domestic resource mobilization are important for you to look at from that angle. We had the same situation during HIV and AIDS. We don't know where COVID-19 is taking us with these prevention measures. You may find that we have to vaccinate lifetime. Do we have the resources to do so? There are so many interventions that we're introducing, which are funded by PEPFAR largely, Global Fund largely. Once the citizens have tasted the benefit of those, and there's no budget allocation that will sustain those gains, what does it mean? Sometimes it doesn't have to be a budget line only. Sometimes it also has to be consciousness and putting the issue on the agenda of Parliament for discussion. If this project can allow citizens to have that space, if this project can allow members of Parliament to have good quality debates on the same, you know you can report on that. And the outcomes that assist us in measuring those particular issues. Madam Moderator, that is all I had to say as a discussant, and I would like to congratulate the researchers because you are the backbone that is going to demonstrate that it can work when concerted effort is channeled towards a particular intervention. It is not just about SRHR, it has offshoots into other ecosystems of development, democracy, and many others. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam SG. Now I'm going to give, I think, our budget officers, if there was something to add or comment on what the researchers just said.
I think SG has made the thorough conclusion on this subject. We can't add more, except for me to just say that even as we analyze or look at these budget lines, we should also be looking at the effectiveness, and probably that's why the discussion of collaboration has come in, because our office goes further to show the effectiveness of these allocations. There was one time when in Zambia, a budget line on gender was appearing on all the ministries, but what it was being used for was just for matching during Women's Day and stuff, you know, and the people were benefiting, just the technocrats buying suits and stuff. So I think the effectiveness, those are the areas that we should be looking at, and I think that SG has concluded very well. Thank
you. Thank you very much. I need to applaud our researchers for the wonderful work that they are doing within their jurisdictions. I have a few comments. Firstly, just to support what my colleague has said in terms of effectiveness. And effectiveness can also be looked at even in terms of the cost of provision. I'll give an example where in Zimbabwe, we were looking at sanitary ware. And whilst we were applauding the government for providing sanitary ware, we then looked at what they were providing versus what they could provide given the limited resources. Again, it's an area where you can do some analysis, was what they were buying versus what they could buy with the given limited resources. You know, Parliament then advocated for buying of, say, sanitary pads, because they were buying sanitary pads for the schoolgirls, raw schoolgirls who did not even have the pens. So you look at effectiveness. You also need to look at financial and non-financial data in your analysis. We don't need only to look at financial data, but we also need to look at non-financial data, which may also include the economic policies and also the change in government priority. By looking at successive allocations over the years, you can be able to tell where the priority of government lies. And like what Joe Biden said, tell me your budget, I'll tell you what you value. So by just merely looking at the trends in analysis, you can know where the budget priority lies. Another very important issue is for regional and international comparisons and benchmarking, but bearing in mind the different contextual backgrounds that we operate in. You may see a country like South Africa allocating maybe 8% to health, just because they have the health infrastructure. But a country like where I come from in Zimbabwe, anything less than 13, 14% is insignificant considering the need for health infrastructure and equipment. So I think in comparing the regional benchmarks, we need to be aware of the context. Then another issue is on utilization and outcomes. Whilst we may celebrate that we have seen an improvement in terms of allocations, but we also need to check the effectiveness with which the budgets are executed. Are we actually achieving what we have intended to achieve? And are we realizing the outcomes? Because at times we may have improved budget allocations, but we are not realizing the outcomes in terms of improved in SRHR issues across the communities. I would want to give an example again of Zimbabwe, where we have seen improvement in terms of budget allocation towards certain areas, but going to the communities, they will tell you, we are not feeling the impact of what you are doing because it's not effective in the community. So you also need to look at the outcomes. For the outcomes, I think some of the budgets, we are different. Some of the budgets have the targeted outputs and outcomes as part of the budget documentation, but in other jurisdictions we don't have that. But you also need to track your outcomes. You also need to track your outputs to say, are we achieving this? If not, what are the problems? And if they can be addressed at our level or at the level of perhaps government, then we need to come up with recommendations so that Parliament can also intervene. Then another important thing is also the per capita allocations, looking at per capita allocations, because my brother from Zimbabwe, Chuma, may say government of Zimbabwe allocated, say, 5 billion towards sanitary ware. It may sound very frightening, but 5 billion divided by what population in need in Zimbabwe, so that we get the actual picture in terms of per capita allocation. Also, the real figures are very important, because that 5 billion in Zimbabwe is a mere perhaps 1 million in Zambia. So it may sound frightening, but you also need to be aware of converting nominal allocations to real allocations, as well as making use of the per capita allocations, fully aware of the status quo in the countries, because some countries are well developed in terms of equipment, in terms of hospital and clinic staff, in terms of even infrastructure.
So you may compare apples with mangoes if we just say, let's benchmark across the region because we are different, but we need to benchmark fully aware of where we are in terms of our countries. And lastly, perhaps the issue of coming up with even proposals for revenue raising. So much that any revenue that has been raised through perhaps the health lifestyles should be devoted to issues that we are discussing today, SRHR issues. For example, issues like sugar tax, issues like taxes on health lifestyles, and as well as other taxes that have been earmarked to support certain programs. There was a presenter who spoke of the 5% airtime levy in one country, which is earmarked to support drugs and procurement of hospital equipment. There is also need to track such expenditure. So as researchers, we may also need to come up with proposals on how to enhance revenue collection, and such revenue collection should be then earmarked for SRHR or gender issues. Because once you come up with a proposal, then that proposal should be tied to the need to support or enhance allocations towards SRHR, because you have brought in a very good proposal. So you then tie it with the need to support the area that you are also trying to advance. I think those would be my comments for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is up. We are actually afraid that they may close the kitchen. I don't know if you had something to say. Fine. Okay, thank you very much. I think this concludes our session. We can go for lunch for now. Otherwise, they will close up. It's almost 2 o'clock. Okay.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We only have 2 sessions this afternoon. Raj, it won't be long. Remember, we have to have a focus group discussion with our strategic plan consultant. So Sarek PF will move out. You'll remain with the consultant, and he will ask you the questions that he requires of you as researchers. But otherwise, thank you, Mr. Mtambo. Thank you, Mr. Chivore. Thank you very much, Mr. McGregor, Mrs. Musonda. Yes. In the afternoon, Raj says he won't take long. He's looking at me. Maybe he just wants to quickly say his presentation. And I'm looking at Raj. You can go and have your lunch, sir.
Okay.
Yes, that would be helpful for you. Raj, you want to run through?
No, you mean I can present quick or we'll do it later?
Is there a queue in the kitchen? Who can check for us? Because if the other colleagues are, check for us. Okay, Raj, you may proceed. They don't also want to stay long, so that, yeah.
Thank you, SG. I will try to be very brief. We are reaching to the lunch time. So first of all, I wanted to thank and congratulate all the researchers for continuing doing activities despite the COVID restriction. I know it's really difficult as you have restriction on the number of participants for your activity, and also you have to choose venues that comply with COVID, how we call it, sanitary measures. So you have certain difficulties. Other problem that you do get is about the budget line and budget subline. You know, this budget was done 3 years ago, or even more, nearly 4 years, and some of the lines or element of the budget may not be realistic while implementing activities. Just right now, in the morning, we did like the PCR test. It was never provided in the budget at that time. So we have certain challenges at those levels. But the good news is that these budgets are reviewed every year with the Swedish. And as far as possible, we try to put adjustment so that it becomes more realistic. It's not always easy, not always feasible, but we try our best. But also the other point is that we can combine budget line. We have been doing it, budget line 14, 15, public hearing, public awareness. We often combine it so that the activity becomes feasible and you can do it efficiently. Also, we have done activities jointly with other donors. That's also a very good point. As long you don't claim the same cost to 2 donors. But otherwise, you can do it as long we are reaching our planned outcome. While congratulating researchers for doing the activity, I should also point out that in some countries, we have very few activities. That's also a problem for us, because you do activity, we need to report on it. It has its own problem. But then if you don't do activities, that also is a problem. Why we are not doing activity? When we are saying not doing activity, maybe they are doing activity, but they are not utilizing our fund. So that maybe the situation, but we need to communicate so that we have that element whenever we will report to Swedish. That was regarding those activity. But now coming to the budget, we started this project with 24 budget line at that time. Over the years, we have added e-communication. This is where our laptop came in. The e-communication and also some money for what we call the internet fees and others. We incorporated corporate governance over the years. We also put model law on the public finance, which we did this morning. This was not in the original budget, but we added. We also added a component of strengthening the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We are talking about risk management, license for computerization and others. We have incorporated. And lately, last year, we added the democratic accountability. And yesterday we spoke lengthily about it. I will not come to it, but we have added it. Right now, we have 40 budget line item compared to the 24. This is one. And second, the project was supposed to end 3 years. So it was ending on June 2022, that is this year. It has been extended to 31st March 2023. I hope researchers, you like it, eh? That one. Okay. So, and also in terms of the project value, it was for $3 million US. Now it's 3.7 million US because we have 4 years to go. Let me just, I won't go on detail because of time factor. Just for your appreciation, some of the budget line and where we are. The first one is about the salary and allowance. Rest assure that this one, we are all in target. There is no problem on it. So we are making good use of it. As regarding the line number 2 to 8, these are regional activity. And we had big challenges on that one. Fortunately, we did major reallocation, which was done in February this month, and it has been approved now. So most probably all the money allocated to regional activities will be done, and we will have a satisfactory in terms of utilization rate. Coming to national activities, there the challenges are because it's not always easy. So maybe I will just tell you the 6th line that is at national level that you are more concerned and where we need to do things. Is 9, which is the multi-stake consultative workshop. It has been done, but it's underutilized. Roundtable discussion, budget number 12, that also is underutilized. Public hearing and public awareness we have been doing combined. We have used quite a lot of money, but there's still some budget. I think countries can still think about it. Apart from Namibia, they have been using it quite a good portion of it, but other countries like Seychelles and others, they can make use of the public hearing. And then capacity development workshop. We all have been doing it, but still there is money left. Fortunately, we are coming with a big project in Namibia, and we will make use of a good portion of it. The problem under it was not the amount, but under subline, because the way they divide it, sometimes you're not able to make full use of it. They block you on the number of participants, then on the other side, they give you a lot of money. So that was a problem, but we are working on it. And another line I think also they have not been using so much is a national working group. I think the trick is that whenever you have a big activity like capacity development, 1 week before you can do a national working group, which is a small group of 10 or 15 people, and you make good use of that fund available. The other budget line are mostly administrative nature. We are taking care, and most probably we will be under target. This is about the budget. I won't go more detail, but I can share my schedule so that you can appreciate it later. Coming to compliance. So implementation is one thing. When you come to compliance and report, it's another things again. Maybe myself and the M&E officer will know about it. The Swedish, the donor, are very strict, very, very strict on the compliance and the reporting. So that's why I need to talk about certain challenges, so that because next month we'll close the account and we will come to it. So the first challenge is if you don't utilize the money itself is a challenge, because what will happen is that money will be left, and at the end of the project we will have to give it back to Swedish, and it play back bad on us if we want further funding. It's as if we didn't have the capacity to use the money. But now if you use the money, we have other challenges. So I will talk briefly on 2 or 3 and then I will end on it. The first is, whenever you do activity, please inform us in advance. Often it happens, it's just 1 week. We need at least 2 weeks to do the formality, because after all the approval, we need to transfer the money also. So it takes time with the banking system, and also if it's a weekend, the money doesn't go, that become hectic. This is about the implementation. So you need at least 2 weeks. If you can, even before you send us to us, it's even better. Now sending the money also is a problem, because at first what happened, we wanted, let me tell you where it come from. That project is based on a cashless system. This is what we have agreed with the Swedish. So we can't carry money now, no more. So something in the past that was done. Now we need to do everything electronic. So transferring the money become a problem sometimes, because our first initial idea was that we pay all the stakeholders, the hotels, the participant, the transport, everything from window office. For the hotel, it works, no problem. They have their international hotels and they have international banking system, so we can transfer it. But when it comes to participant, it becomes very, very difficult to pay 50 people with all the banking detail to the precision, with all the SWIFT code and everything. So we got that problem. So we wanted a solution. A quick solution was to transfer the money to the Parliament bank account. It works in some instances, but in other instances, the Parliament doesn't have a special account for such transaction. They normally use the consolidated account, and then money go on in, it's difficult to go out. So we had that problem. In some cases, the Parliament has authorized us to transfer the money to the researcher account so that he or she can withdraw and do these payments, especially for participant fees, the refund of transport. But you will agree with me, it also have risks involved in it. So we need to minimize that type of transfer. So as long as it's a Parliament, there is no problem, because there's a formal way of transferring. And the other things that I wanted also to talk about is the retirement of expenses. What I mean that if money is transferred to you, $2,000, you need to retire the money, how you have used it. So if you have used it 1,800, you need to have proof of receipt, and I will come to receipt side and tell us that this amount has been used, this is unutilized, and you need to transfer it back to us. But this needs to be done in a very order manner, because you have US dollar and you have your local currency. So what you need to do is that so much money was received in local currency, and then you put all the expenses in local currency and it's equivalent in US dollar, and then you reconcile it. Coming to the quality of the receipt, that also is important. It should be something that you can read, because sometimes it's just an invoice that you can't even read it. It do happen even with supermarket and all these shops. You get the receipt correctly the day one. After 5 days, you can't even read it. You know, the thermal papers things. So you need to scan it or make a photocopy of it. Two-way also. Some, they just send me photo of the receipt from WhatsApp. it's very difficult to print and put it in my file. So what I will advise is that once you do the payment, you can take a photo, send it to me. That's good. And then when you go to the office, scan it, send it on a PDF. That will help me a lot. And just get that habit of sending it as soon as it is done, because after time you will forget about it and it will get fade and you will not even know for what it was and how much it is cost. Implementation form also. I know you all feel the implementation form. We have been changing it to make it more adaptable to our use. So we have improved. But coming to the signature on it, there is a place that you need to sign it. Please sign it and scan and send it to me back. Or what we are doing in the office, we are doing electronic signature. So if you put your electronic signature, it's fine, because the last signature of the one, we will just put it PDF and we will print it. So use electronic signature. If not, sign it on the paper, scan, especially those pages that where the signature is. The other things that I have noticed also that I don't receive is estimate budget of the activity. Whenever you do the activity, you send me the quotation, you send me ABC, but you don't put it in an Excel, preferably in an Excel. Each line, the hotel so much, resource person so much, and you make a total so that I know. Because what happens often is that you tell me about the hotel, you spoke about me, the participant, you forget about the resource person. So I don't send the money. And then afterward, you will realize that you have to pay the resource person. So just try to put an Excel version of it, send it to me, and then from there, I will take it. Remark on quotation. Whenever you get quotation, this also we have some problem. Some just send me the quotation. No, you need to prepare what we call a remark on quotation. What is it? It is comparing the quotation from the three different service provider and putting your recommendation on it. So you need to recommend, but often I just get the quotation as it is. Now on the remark to quotation, two things that I have observed, and it happened often. I know how it happened. It's like this. The first problem is that when you have received a quotation and then say, this venue is too far for the activity. But this is not a valid reason, because at first instant, you should not have asked a quotation from a hotel which is very far. Oh, I get a remark, this hotel is not convenient for the MPs. At the first instance, you should not have sent to those hotel. Yeah. And then you get something is that what is called not available. This is a valid reason, but to get out of the trap, it's better to send to 5 or 6 hotels. Then even you get one who doesn't reply and the other one say not available, you still have like 3 valid hotel. That you need to do it. Me, when I do in Mauritius, I send to 6 or 7, just to be on the safe side. I know 1 or 2 will not reply, some will be not available. So always try to send to more and then send to those that you think is convenient and is within the reach. I think this is a list of the main challenges that I get, and we can take note of it. But also just as you to end on this presentation, I also wanted, I think Madagascar is on the following. I wanted also them to start their project because they are interested in it. And so we on our side, myself, Krishna, we have even Alidong and other, we're here ready to help them start the project correctly because we have the experience and we know how it moves. So I would love that they start their project. Also other countries, I take Mauritius, but South Africa also, who are not implementing the project, we need to see whether at high level we can do some networking. If they can do some activities, that could be good because the fund is available over there. So with this, I end and I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. You want to ask Raj questions? Yes. About Mozambique? Yes. Okay, because you can ask him over lunch. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know that a lot of the issues are very specific to your countries. So you can tell, but you can ask the question and then Those who want to follow up with Raj should do so. Madagascar, you will get a laptop. You'll also be assisted by Raj to get into the project. Mr. Alidon, DRC speaks French. Mauritius, Krishna, they'll speak to you in French, and we'll do that. And yeah, we'll sort out the other issues that you're supposed to get as part of your participating in the project. So yes, let's quickly, maybe Raj, you can go to Madagascar, you're near. Madagascar is near to Mauritius. You can go there.
Anytime, with pleasure.
Good. So you go and orientate Madagascar properly. So that would be a workshop in Madagascar. That's good for the project. So thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Madam SG. Can I speak in Portuguese? So I can go deeper. Primeiramente, gostaria de agradecer por esta oportunidade, porque alguns aspectos, principalmente logísticos do processo, se não tivéssemos tido essa oportunidade, se calhar via virtual alguma informação é deturpada. Então, assim que tivemos o melhor clareza, face to face, olhando para a cara do Raja, a informação chegou de uma forma muito mais clara. Nós também temos tido várias dificuldades em Moçambique. Por exemplo, houve a situação do gadget, laptops e o cell phone. Se formos a ver, comprado, por exemplo, em Namíbia e enviar para Moçambique, o preço de taxas chega a ser muito mais elevado do que o próprio equipamento. Então, Moçambique não teve isso porque não tínhamos canais para a recepção dos meios. Outra vez disseram que podiam enviar para Moçambique, mas por causa da situação das taxas que acabavam sendo muito mais caro do que a compra dos próprios equipamentos em Namíbia, tornava-se mais difícil. Então, o outro sistema que era de enviar o orçamento via Assembleia também foi difícil. Acabamos não tendo esse equipamento, porque é mais fácil, por exemplo, se formos para Namíbia ou num seminário na África do Sul e levarmos o equipamento, voltarmos para Moçambique é muito mais fácil do que enviar-se dinheiro para... Porque nós temos um sistema financeiro em Moçambique. Só para ver o valor das ajudas de custo que fomos dados, cerca de 200 e pouco dólares, para ter que levantar no banco foi um processo. Tem que ter carta do local onde foi enviado para explicar por que está-se a receber aquele valor. Então, é um sistema muito, por causa dos nossos sistemas financeiros no país. Nós temos a situação do terrorismo agora. Não entra qualquer dinheiro sem a devida justificação. Então, não é fácil. Queremos desenvolver atividades em Moçambique usando o valor da SADC, mas não é fácil o envio de dinheiro para o nosso país. Então, por isso que temos nossas atividades e acabamos fazendo atividades com parceiros, evitamos o valor da SADC, porque não é fácil receber valor via transferência. O salário que nós recebemos todos os meses, a cada mês que entra salário, temos que enviar o documento para o banco para justificar por que estamos a receber o subsídio. Todos os meses temos que enviar justificativo ao banco para saber por que está-se a receber aquele valor. Então, não é fácil. Queremos usar, mas o sistema em si está deveras complicado. Por exemplo, estávamos...
No, it's fine. I think Mozambique, you've explained, it's in order. Mozambique is doing a good job. They must know where the money is coming from. This is what you've been talking about today. We cannot make it relevant for our members of parliament. We must respect the laws of each country. That is not a problem. Henceforth, are you asking us to send a letter every month? We do that with the bank. Maybe we have to find a mechanism for those countries where, as we send to this bank, which transfers the receiving bank also. So we need the emails of those persons on the other side who should be getting money for your clearance. But those letters are there. It's not the first incident. Chuma had the same incident with the laptop. They paid, I don't know how much they had to negotiate. So it is maybe because we've got a go ahead to send, which should not have been the case. So clearly speaking, these are the lessons that we should apply. And I don't think what you've said we can question. It is acceptable and we will follow through with that.
No, I think the researcher from Mozambique is right. we agree on it. There's 2 or 3 elements on it. First is the element of tax. So when if you send it, there may be the element of tax, but also transferring money. You have money laundering problem. So many researchers here, we have been providing certificate of how much they earn. And when I was discussing earlier about transfer of fund for activity, that also is a problem because some bank have access in. So this is the amount we send to them on a monthly basis. Why suddenly it's so much? So we had to explain. But also in the future, you may get tax automatic who can sit with you, taking all the money that you have received. Maybe it's for an activity, maybe it's for a laptop that you need to buy. They will treat it as a revenue for you and it's taxable. So we'll try to avoid all this and do everything correctly. But I think it's right. Many countries, we have bought the laptop and give it physically to the researcher, the easiest way, and it's fine. So we'll see for Mozambique, but also Madagascar, how we can do about the laptop so that they get the necessary tools and start the work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Let's go for lunch and come back at 3 o'clock. I don't know if that is late for your strategic planning session. We tried. Is it specific to Seychelles?
No, I was just going to ask were the questions forwarded yesterday?
Yes, they were.
I didn't receive in my email, so.
I saw the emails, so I'm not sure how your email, who didn't get?
Because I just checked now, it's not.
It's only you then. I'll forward it again to you.
Please.
Can somebody forward to Genevieve?
Because I just checked now, both on my mail, on my laptop and my phone, it's not in. I don't know how.
Yeah, they were sent. So somebody will forward, or just go to Paulina. She will send it to you because it was sent. Did you receive the model law?
Yes.
And all the documents? Because then something must have happened. Maybe your server back home or something at that time.
Maybe, yes.
Yeah, so please get it from Paulina. SADC PF staff will not be in here with you.
Okay, thank you.
We want you to feel free and really speak openly with the consultant. It will be a focus group discussion, so he'll lead you. You will respond. He'll also follow up with you because there are other penetrative examples that he would like to hear from you. So that will be in order, and I hope that will be fine. So colleagues, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your stay in South Africa. We are around. We're on WhatsApp. Should you need to communicate, feel free to do so. After the session at 3, it means that he's going to move over to the desk officers to do that. So let's use that time. The questions that you have, make sure that you answer efficiently so that he can move over to the other group. So thank you and Happy New Year. Happy Valentine's. Yeah, because it passed, I hadn't seen you. But yeah, let's look forward to the next plenary assembly session, which will be held in Malawi in June. Thank you, colleagues. It's 2 o'clock, so are you not better off coming back at 3 or you want to come back later?
2:45.
2:45, okay, that's it, 2:45.
Como não tinha na quarta-feira?
Okay. What do you do as a SHR research officers? They are present. Okay. Desk officers as well. Okay, fine. I think it's going to be a bit untidy. Let me ask first, did you feel those questions yesterday? You did? Okay. Sorry? You're going to email them?
Yeah.
To the sender?
To yourself.
To myself?
Yes.
Okay, let me give you my email.
Give only questions and then we'll answer. Yes.
No, but we'll still have to talk a bit, but not for too long.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Because we have to prepare it correctly.
Yes.
So it's better to give us questions and we answer.
Okay. Yes, sir. No, I'm not projecting. I'm not projecting. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Before Saturday. Will give us email. Okay?
Yeah. Now the email is very simple. Are you able to project it there, my friend?
Yeah, project the email.
It's in SENNYE. Yes. It's SENNYE. SENNYE. Sinye. Sinye. Emma.
Right. And then we
SENNYE 1940@gmail.com.
Yeah, we'll make it work.
That's a sheet here. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Don't say sing it.
1940, right? Like this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Yes, small s.
Double
NYE. Okay. Okay. 1940 at gmail.com. Yeah. I can never write this one.
Okay.
Okay, so we had 9 questions to deal with, 7, right?
Yes.
And I understand the desk officers are also here. Now let me get it. There you are. Lowercase s, please. Well, the computer always accepts capital. Okay, Gmail. Okay, Gmail. Okay, that's it. Okay, yeah. So let me have them. That will shorten the process considerably. But I still have to ask, even though I have the answers. Desk officers, you are employees of government, right? Parliament. Researchers, you are also employees of Parliament.
Not all of us.
Not all of you.
Not all of us. No.
Myself, I'm employed in the Parliament.
Okay.
And I'm a researcher.
You're a researcher also.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm parliamentary staff.
But you're a desk officer.
No.
Okay. Okay. No, you shouldn't be here. It doesn't matter. You can go. Okay. So desk officers are employees Oh, no, this is not doctor, please. I'm in room 0. That's you. Okay. No, yeah, okay. Okay, all the best. Thanks. Okay. So desk officers are employees of Parliament, and you are the focal points for the forum in your respective parliaments.
Exactly.
Okay, now that's fine. For desk officers, and all of you are employees of your respective parliaments.
Except,
no, sorry?
Except some.
Desk officers, yes. I just wanted to make that distinction. And the research officers, some are employees of Parliament. And who employs the others?
Myself. Parliament staff too.
You are Parliament staff. Yes, some said they are not employees of Parliament.
Okay, it was at the discretion of the Parliament.
Okay.
So Srhr to recruit according to the staff, so they could second full-time staff to the project, or they could get an officer from outside, employ them specifically to run the project.
Okay. Paid by whom? If they are not paid for by Parliament?
There's no pay. For us, it's an allowance for additional duties.
Or the forum pays you an allowance?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's a pay for those coming from outside.
It is an allowance, yeah, but for some, it's 100% pay.
Yeah. For us, it's an allowance for additional duties because we have already been in Parliament.
So in your case, ma'am, you're not an employee of Parliament, right? You're not an employee of your government.
No.
You are fully focused on the project's work, on full pay, or is an allowance?
It's an allowance.
Okay. Okay.
Because there is no.
No, that's fine.
Because there's no medical, there's no what.
Yes.
Maybe in my point of view, not generally, for who are staff in the Parliament, is to make corridor inside the Parliament, because because me, myself, I am just like a clerk of the HIV committee. So I'm directly working with the MPs linked with the sexual and reproductive health and rights. I do oversight together with them. So you see, just is to even to influence them. For myself, I think so. Not generally, but I think myself, because sometimes if we're in the field, I can say, oh, look for this in this point, because we're together. Yeah, we're together, working together every day, we're together. I think in my point of view, myself, not generally, I think to bring staff of the Parliament is to deal with the MPs inside the Parliament. I don't know in other view, but in my point of view, myself, I don't think, I'm not explaining about others. I am talking about me.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, we're going to be very brief, as I said. I have been listening to you for the last, well, it's 2 days now. And you speak like lawyers, you speak like politicians. That's what Parliament has done to you, I suppose. I'm joking. The point is, you people say a lot.
Yes.
Can we just be brief?
Yes.
So that we are out of here as quickly as possible. Okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the other question that I really need you to answer for me, I know I'm going to get those reports, those responses to the questions in written form, but I need you to tell me here as a group so that you reflect. We reflect together. What do you see as the impact of the forum support for your work?
Second question.
I've skipped the second question.
Yeah. No, you told us about questions. We are waiting for questions.
That's the question I'm asking. What do you see as the impact of the parliamentary forum support to you
your work, or you can look at it in terms of the impact on your institution. Is it making a difference?
Yes, it is.
In what ways?
Empowerment.
For yourselves.
Oh. Professional empowerment.
The forum also produces a good number of documents that we consume as parliaments, the model laws, the strategies. So yeah, they are quite good for benchmarking and influencing national interventions.
Are they getting domesticated?
Yes.
Cross-fertilization of ideas whereby experiences are shared among member states.
Sorry?
I'm saying cross-fertilization of ideas where experiences are shared among fertilization of ideas where member states share experiences. In one word, interparliamentary leadership on Srhr.
I think, if I'm allowed to speak, from the national, that's the next step in terms of regional, before we go to other interparliamentary bodies. So I think this is the closest regional. So it sort of like speaks to our parliaments more than other regional bodies, because the context, it understands our context. As you go higher to PARP, interparliamentary, the levels go higher and the diversity grows bigger. But I think for SADC Parliamentary Forum, they deal with almost, there's some level of similarities in our countries since we're from the same region.
Can I add my voice to that?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to look at it from, she talked about empowerment to staff, but I think there's also a lot of capacity building to the members of parliament themselves, the politicians. You'll be able to see the level of engagement with issues as they relate, with SADC PF over the years. Even under the project, the sexual reproductive health and rights project, when members speak in parliament, after capacity building, you are able to see the value. We had elections in 2021, in August, and in Zambia, there was a change of government, meaning those who were in opposition became the ruling party. As I'm speaking to you, 3 of the new ministers formerly served in SADC PF. Our minister, 3 of the new cabinet ministers, they once served as MPs in SADC PF from the Zambian parliament. Our minister for local government and rural development, our minister of media, information and broadcasting, as well as I think the minister of finance. So you see the value that SADC PF adds to some of these, and I'm sure it's the same in other countries. You will be interested to know that the president of Seychelles, is it Seychelles? Yes. Honorable Ramkalawan was we used to sit together in SADC PF. So there is that value that comes with exposure to some of the things that we do here.
Add on that, Eswatini too, we have such transformation where we have members being ministers as well. Just to add on your case, Eswatini, we have about 2.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk about one of the instrumental documents that SADC PF produced, which is the benchmarks for democratic legislatures, which we used in our parliament as a reference point for proposing the reforms for our new parliament.
Merci beaucoup. Mais le soutien de SADC, le soutien du forum parlementaire.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Mais, oui, le soutien du forum parlementaire au Parlement national est énorme. Il y a quelqu'un qui a cité, par exemple, la loi modèle, la loi type.
Just a minute. Number one, yes. Yes, sir.
Oui, je disais ceci, le soutien du forum parlementaire au Parlement national est énorme. Il y a quelqu'un qui a cité la loi type. La loi type contribue à la modification ou bien à la réécriture de loi nationale. Je cite seulement un seul exemple, par exemple, la loi type sur le VIH-Sida, qui a été votée par le forum parlementaire. Ça a inspiré la RDC jusqu'à modifier la loi sur le VIH-Sida. À RDC, à l'époque, les enfants qui ont moins de 18 ans ne pouvaient pas aller réclamer qu'ils puissent se faire tester. Mais grâce à la loi type, à l'âge de 16 ans, l'enfant peut réclamer de se faire tester. Et les forums parlementaires ont l'habitude aussi d'aider le Parlement sur plusieurs autres plans. D'ailleurs, dans la plupart des cas, les forums parlementaires devancent les parlements nationaux dans la plupart de rédactions de lois. Merci.
Yeah. Yeah, and now we have the public management, the law, yeah, financial public management.
Partnership guidelines. There are other tools that have been developed by SADC Parliamentary Forum. That one comes to my mind. There are tools away from the models. I think there are, that's the example I can remember.
Linkage between surveys, other organizations, SRF linked us with surveys and other organizations. So you see, and those are already acting with us in our countries.
Great.
Sorry, sir.
With us, with SADC PF has sponsored, thereby making it possible for members of parliament to do their oversight function because the parliament did not have enough funds. So with the help of SADC PF, we could manage to go and carry out some public hearings on the petition that Namibia have received on legalization of abortion. And then the other thing is also through SADC PF, they linked us with civil society organizations through the national working group that is established via the project. So those partners also made it possible to sponsor again some of these activities for the members of parliament to do and carry out this oversight function. Thank you.
Yes, talking about the documents which have been developed by SADC PF, I think it would be important to note that SADC PF was actually the first regional organization to develop a tool to use for election observation. I cannot remember the exact, but it's norms and standards in observing elections, I think, in the SADC region. And it is based on that document, that many other organizations that are involved in election observation that also began to develop their own tools. So I think it is worth noting that SADC-PF was the leader in that aspect.
Au regard de ce qu'il vient de dire, oui, à l'instar de ce que le collègue vient de dire, le forum effectivement a été le premier parmi les pays parmi les forums qui ont permis l'organisation des élections électorales. Nous avons pu, grâce au forum, participer à plusieurs élections électorales. Moi, j'ai été à Madagascar, partout là. Et non seulement ça, le forum a produit aussi les normes standards pour les élections. Merci. Pour les élections transparentes. Donc, les normes standards pour les élections transparentes.
Now, I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm interested in any specific challenges that you have faced. I can tell that the support is appreciated, is making a difference. Let me hear from you if it's all perfect or there are some challenges that you have encountered. Yes, sir.
Ok, je vais citer seulement quelques-uns, pas beaucoup. Le grand défi pour nous, les chercheurs, c'est d'abord convaincre les parlementaires à adhérer à ces projets. C'est un grand défi. Donc, il faut beaucoup plus de sacrifices et beaucoup plus de tact. Ça, c'est un. De deux, il faudrait que le forum revoie notre situation financière pour bien mener le projet, s'il peut le faire, parce que les travaux sont énormes.
Okay. Now, this, I'm getting this via translation. He says we need to relook at our financial situation. Are we talking about allowances? Or we're talking about funds going into...
Bon, ce sont parfois non seulement les fonds qu'on donne pour les activités, mais aussi les allocations. Il faudrait que, s'il est possible, il faudrait revoir un peu ça.
OK. OK.
Well, maybe.
Yes, ma'am. Well, look at the challenges. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, with the execution of the SRHR project, HIV and governance project, in context of our respective member states and with respect to, okay, sorry. With the execution of the SRHR HIV and governance project in context of our respective parliaments and with respect to our constitutional mandates, there is sensitivity in redressing some thematic areas. I quote, there's concern on issues of terminology. For instance, if we refer to issues of comprehensive sexuality education, like a Swatini, they would prefer referred to as life skills education. Issues of abortion, there is sensitivity when you talk of abortion, because legally it is not legalized. It is not legalized, but the concern of our execution is that at least post-care access to SRHR services should be redressed. And then the other thematic area is the issue on key populations. It's a very sensitive, very sensitive issue. It has been sensitive even in the other member states. They'll highlight, they feel it's uncultural, it's unchristian, not Christian way of living, it's a taboo. So we need to see how we address it such that we do at the same time in the execution speak into issues of access of medicines, because as much as we are saying we don't legalize such cadre or such populations, but we want to say we are aware they are there. We're not legalizing them, but we need to offer access to public health services. Thank you.
Yes, I want to sort of like elaborate or contextualize maybe what my colleague brought up, the issue of maybe funding. I think it's difficult to generalize the issue of funding, but I must say, as we said, our recruitment is very different. We realize some staff have been recruited, but on an allowance. It means other benefits that for me, who is a full-time member of staff, I'm fully covered. My health, maybe there's something for education, those other services away from that come with being fully, even job security in terms of a pension and everything like that, may not apply to other people who've just come and they get the allowance. So I think it would be important to contextualize. And within that also, it depends. In some countries, maybe two are recruited and there are benefits in that. You may be two. So if you are two seconded, you're able to share the work. In some cases, it's one. So you find there's an overload. But to link it to the issue of SADC PF, because again, it could be administratively within the institution. As I've said, the challenge that SADC has is they cannot impose the issues of within a country. They have their right to make their own decisions. So maybe in certain cases, even when SADC anticipates those challenges, they are limited in how far they can influence or give instructions or guidelines on how the recruitment should go. They can only ask and leave other countries to recruit. And with that, in the context of a project, it causes delay. Some people, we've met them for the first time today, yet we've been 3 years, 4 years, and you find they only joined a year ago, while other countries will recruit immediately the project comes on board. So the wheels at which SADC would turn are very much dependent on how that particular parliament operates. So I think sometimes they're quite handicapped in that area. And so the challenges, financial, administrative, will be very different in different countries.
Yes, I'm not sure if that's what she was also referring to, the issue of SADC PF not having full legislative powers. So whatever we are supposed to take back to our countries, it's a game of trying to negotiate using peer pressure. That's the methods that SADC PF is using for now. So it delays, and sometimes the ministers or the executive, they don't take it with the weight that we would have wanted it to be taken with, because it's like, well, it's just like a social club, maybe just to compare notes and what. So that lack of power on the side of SADC PF makes the implementation of many of the programs a bit hard, and demands a lot of skill to then go around things, especially now when you're talking of sensitive matters. It's easy for the hardliners to just say, this is Western influence, it's donor stuff, we know them when they talk about human rights and what. So it's easy to be despised and not to be really taken serious, to be taken serious, whatever we'll be trying to get down to the member parliaments.
Yes.
Yes, it's just discouraging to some of us. We are the youngster, and we haven't worked in government before, just contract, and it's just discouraging. So at least They should be 13th check. That one comes monthly law after.
No, you get it on
Yeah,
the month of
birthday.
your birthday.
Birthday, and also when I'm leaving, I should at least get something. So I can leave today and get nothing. So at the end, I did not benefit anything. So I spent my whole 3 years on the project without anything.
So the terms and conditions.
To be a full parliament.
Maybe
to be a
the
full
forum
regional
to become a really parliament, Srhr parliament.
Yeah.
Maybe something will change if the forum becomes so legislative profoundly as a parliament.
Regional parliament.
Regional parliament.
With full legislative powers.
Yeah, that is, I think it will be big win for all of us. I think so things will be changing about it. Thank you.
You know, SADC has this budget where it's a lump sum budget where every country is getting from the same budget. So they should change this system, at least to allocate a specific fund for each country, because later on we want to implement these activities, but we are being told that there's no money for you anymore. There's only money for other countries. So they should give us our own money, specific budget for each country. And then also they should change their budget lines, conditions or components. You cannot tell me that I should have a capacity building. To attract the members, they should go outside the window. In Namibia, they have to go outside window, and there should be accommodation. At the end, if we did not get support from the partners, then we have nothing to do. So they expect us to do the implementation, but there is no enough fund for those activities. Now we are relying on partners, while SADC is the owner of the project, and also our parliaments, they don't have specific budget for Srhr. So at the end, we are being told, no, there is no money. So what do we do? Nothing. We sit down and hear Swedish is asking or requesting or demanding us to do the activity. Where are we getting the money? They should change.
Can we clarify that one for me?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up just to say, it's more of like the funder, the donor conditions. So when they negotiate with the donor, it's very much important to take cognizance of what the dynamics in parliaments. Yeah, because there are some things that, MPs, you never get them if you don't do this. But the donor will not be aware of that. And we come with a program. We say MPs wanted to do this. Yet they say, no, we don't do that. Then at the end of the day, we can't implement. And the money returns. It goes back because it cannot be used. So it's how they negotiate with donors, how they should be sensitive to country dynamics and be flexible for the changes, to meet the conditions, to make it work country by country. Yes.
And just a quick one on addition. If you heard my colleague there from Mozambique, he said if you're within parliament, the maneuvers are easier because you are able to combine programs. So, and that's why we keep saying different dynamics depending on how you're recruited. The linkages are easier within parliament. Institutionalization of the project is also an issue depending on who has been recruited. So I think those are sometimes the challenges that are happening. Even the challenges, again, those who are full-time recruited, is an allowance. That is what is key. For somebody who is a member of staff in parliament, things are a bit easier because it's additional work with an incentive on top of that. So the dynamics differ.
Oui, j'ai suivi mes collègues en attendant qu'il y ait la transformation du forum Parlement en entièreté. Je pense que on devrait d'abord, dans un premier temps, négocier avec les partenaires pour que les chercheurs qui sont présents ici, comme ma collègue a dit, après 3 ans, après 4 ans de projet, dès que le projet va finir, nous devenons quoi? C'est ça. Il faudrait revoir notre statut, c'est-à-dire que nous traiter humainement, de façon qu'après avoir terminé 3 ans, après avoir terminé le projet, vous sortez dans la rue, on voit qu'effectivement, vous allez faire partie d'un projet. Et ça signifie qu'il faut des impacts financiers dont nous allons, qu'il faut nécessairement revoir cette situation-là. Alors, de deux aussi, vous savez que les défis que nous avons, nous sommes comme les avocats. Les avocats qui défendent l'intérêt du projet devant les parlementaires et devant la société. Donc, ce n'est pas une chose facile. Les recherches, ça ne se mène pas seulement sur l'Internet. Les recherches se mènent aussi dans la société civile, dans la population. Et j'ai suivi Madame la CG qui a dit que nous devons aller vers le ministère pour régler, par exemple, les problèmes de budget. Ça s'est fait avec les transports, en contactant les gens, et cela a un coût financier. On ne le fait pas à pieds nus, sans payer les transports, sans passer la journée. Je pense que ça, c'est très important. Un autre défi que ma conseillère a dit, vous nous envoyez sur le terrain pour convaincre la population sur le key population. Key population, ce sont les gays. Dans plusieurs pays, ces gens ne sont pas acceptés jusqu'à présent. Et tout ça, c'est les défis auxquels la SADC nous envoie pour convaincre, pour parler. Et vous voyez que nous faisons un travail qui est tout à fait complet, un travail sur le terrain, un travail qui mérite un traitement aussi conséquent. Il faut nous considérer, il faut qu'on nous considère comme, sur le plan international, quand on envoie les partenaires, ils viennent ici, ils sont bien traités. Nous voulons que ça soit vraiment quelque chose qui est, sans tenir compte de ce que le Parlement peut donner aux membres aux chercheurs qui sont dans le Parlement. Il faut qu'on prenne comme si on ne travaille même pas dans le Parlement, que nous faisons uniquement le travail de la SDR et nous traiter conséquemment sur ce plan financier. Vous allez voir que les choses vont bien marcher. Je vous remercie.
Okay, there should be a motivation package or an allowance for desk officers, because these desk officers, they are not only focal point for SADC, they are committee clerks, they do works for committee services. So she can, like for her, she can delay my work and prioritize her committee work, because obviously there is nothing motivating her. And you know how busy committee work is. So there should be something for them to motivate them. So not just an ordinary focal person, every communication coming to them. There should be something.
Yes. The question is, what would you like to see changed? In an ideal situation, the SADC Parliamentary Forum needed to be fully supported financially by the national parliaments themselves. Then there would have been no problems whatsoever. But the issue is that national parliaments pay a subscription every year to the forum. And that subscription is not enough to run the programs of the forum. And that is why the forum then goes to donors for support. Now, donors, as you know, come with conditionalities, depending on which country they are coming from. It is like the African Union. Did you know that the African Union receives funding from the European Union? I mean, how can we run an African program based on European funding? It can't work, because they'll give you conditions that suit them as Europeans. So the issue, therefore, is financial for me. If we are going to achieve and surmount all these challenges that we are talking about, is when subscriptions are increased, because right now there's a cap which was put during the transformation process by the countries themselves. the executive in each respective country, they agreed that you will transform provided we do not change the financial contribution. So it has remained the same, but the forum is in the process of transforming into a regional parliament. Now, to transform into a regional parliament, there are certain offices that have to be introduced. You know what happens at our domestic level. Parliament has got so many departments. So the real challenge is that each and every member state of the forum needs to reflect about the amount that they pay as subscription. Is it enough to run this institution? No, it is not. So if we are going to get rid of all these problems that we're talking about, the onus is on the governments to increase financial and technical support to the now SADC Parliament.
Je voudrais intervenir. Je prends notre cas au niveau de la RDC. La RDC a souscrit à plusieurs organisations. Et vous savez que le forum parlementaire, la contribution du Parlement au niveau du forum parlementaire est le plus élevé de toutes les organisations. Donc, on ne peut pas demander aujourd'hui qu'on puisse réaugmenter la souscription des parlements pour le forum parlementaire. C'est le plus élevé. Donc, je pense que pour le Parlement national, ça va créer des problèmes pour l'augmentation. C'est au-delà de $100 000 par an. C'est le plus... D'ailleurs, pour l'IP, c'est très peu. Pour les autres organisations, c'est très peu. Donc, le Parlement international ne peut pas augmenter la contribution pour les fonds parlementaires. Je vous remercie.
We want you to become a regional parliament, but in making that transition, you should not ask us to increase subscription. What does it suggest? Have the member countries really bought into the forum adequately, in your view?
As desk officer for the last 4 years or so, I've been privileged to have been part of the deliberations that have now led to the SADC summit of heads of state agreeing to transform the forum into a regional parliament. And attempts were made since maybe 2011 to transform the forum, and they used to fall on deaf ears. They refused, basically. So a strategy had to be, there was change of strategy. And the strategy that was adopted was, because the feedback that was coming from SADC, and when I say SADC, I mean the executive arm of SADC in Botswana. The feedback that was coming back initially was that you are not ready, number one. Number two, there are no finances. And then number three, you cannot have legislative powers. Those are the three that come to mind. So now strategy had to change. Okay, so these are the three contentious issues. What do we do? So when the strategy changed, they then brought in the issue of what are we going to be doing when we are transformed? So it was agreed by plenary, the SADC PF plenary, that when we go back to the heads of state, we'll be talking about being transformed into a regional parliament without legislative powers. But we'll be doing model laws. And the model laws will be used to persuade law and policy changes at state or domestic level. That was number one. Number two, they agreed the issue of finances is a thorny issue. So we will proceed as is with the current subscription for at least for the foreseeable future. And then number three, what that means is that even if you've got a new structure in place, you cannot fill the vacancies or the positions in that structure because your subscription will remain the same. And then there was a lobbying that followed. They lobbied a number of heads of state, including the former president of Zambia. So after that was done then and submitted to SADC summit, from first the Council of Ministers, then summit, that is when they agreed for the transformation. And it, of course, did not come automatically. There were other processes back and forth, until eventually a resolution was made at the last meeting of the summit in Malawi that now we can start the transformation. And we've been given 2 to 3 years now to do the protocol and other things. But those issues are there. Subscription remains the same, at least for now, maybe 5 years, I don't know. Model was no legislative powers. So those two issues are there. So the SADC parliament, which we are going to see, will not have legislative powers, and the subscription still remains the same. I guess this is a compromise for now, because look at where you've come from, where they totally refused you. It is when you have got half the cake, then you can start negotiating for these other things. The English say a bird in hand is better than 2 out there, you know. So this is the situation currently.
Okay. Anything else? Or we want to go? We are done. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
This one is just, I think it's under challenges. And again, it comes back to the issue of lack of, I see as if SADC maybe needs to keep training people because of the plus that we talked about of knowledge that comes into the staff. I think when they see that knowledge, Parliament also gets those people. I don't know whether it came out in them. So they find themselves always having new people to run their programs. So I think that also, to some degree, in the ideal world, I've seen as if the issue of Srhr, they've been able to keep the staff because they were given contracts. I don't know how in other focal point persons and things, how that can be managed, because I feel for them. Just when somebody gets the grip of issues, Parliament makes certain decisions and decide to maybe get the person due to the capacities that are built in them.
Okay. Yes, excusez, nous allons clôturer. Je vais ajouter à ce que ma sœur vient de dire. C'est un point très important que ma sœur vient de soulever, ma collègue ici. Can I continue?
Yes, please.
J'ai fait plusieurs activités au niveau du Parlement. Et j'ai même écrit au niveau du Parlement, voilà, la part du Parlement de prendre en charge les activités de SDR. Mais le Parlement n'a jamais donné aucun sou pour organiser les activités. Si le forum ne donne pas l'argent pour les activités, il n'y aura pas d'activité. Il faudrait que le forum en tienne compte. C'est-à-dire que, comme le forum est en train de nous aider pour le renforcement des capacités, pour faire des activités, il faudrait que le forum s'assume entièrement. Il faudrait que l'aide du Parlement, l'aide là soit facultative. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je voudrais dire à ce point-là. Merci.
Okay. Can I say, I feel guilty, having you here.
Sorry, moderator.
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to hold my colleagues back, but I just want to say this. I think it's important for our meeting that Monsieur Alidong had mentioned about the different inter-parliamentary organizations that exist within the context of our parliaments, to which our parliaments are, have membership. interparliamentary union, which is global. There is a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for Commonwealth countries. There is the Pan-African Parliament, which is basically the AU Parliament. And of course, SADC Parliamentary Forum and many others similar. But when you come to the Zambian Parliament, and I believe it's everywhere, in terms of work, being busy, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is the busiest and the most impactful. We have got so many activities. Sometimes letters are coming every day, left, right, and center, and you're wondering what is happening here. It's good because the impact is there, but sometimes it can be so overwhelming. But it's a challenge which I think we like. But I just wanted to be put on record that the SADC PF has a lot of activities, and with sufficient funding, it can do much more than what is being done right now. Yeah, I submit.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Enjoy what remains of Sunday. And safe journey back home. Yeah. And please send those forms in. Yes. Okay. Yeah, please do that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Emma.
I just want to echo that for our consultant, because he's just a neutral party, with the model laws issue. Model laws are model, they're not prescriptive to member states for domestication. Member state can only and when domesticate in context of their constitution or whatever is on the ground. So you note that, because you find that with like the thematic areas, the sensitivity of some other issues, there's a lot of talking. So please note that, so that when you unpack, and with the issue of regional transformation, also note that some member states are not party to, because they are concerned on issues of sovereignty of their states. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, lawyers, politicians, I love it.